Seattle, which should be epic, right?
Yeah, it was an interesting mix this week.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to it.
Some funny, some singing, some hyped about the Mariners, some sentimental.
Sounds like a wild ride. It sounds like sort of like I don't know. I'm excited. We'll see. We'll see where it all goes. That's at 8:00. We got so many guests today. We've got Jay Buhner at 7:30. Kind of get a sense as to what he's feeling. And I think he's feeling very confident about these Mariners. We've got Jeff Passan, who is indeed going to join us at 8:30 today. His schedule was a little funky, just given all the wild card games. But Jeff will join us at 8:30, and then Shannon will join us at 9:30. She was over at the scrimmage yesterday, and we'll get a sense of what she found and what she saw and what she's gearing up for as well. So, kind of guess every hour on the half hour throughout the morning here on the show. Yeah, no, look, there's a palpable excitement in town right now for this weekend. And I guess I would say the weekend kind of starts tonight. Like, I don't know, today is like, I've been kind of waiting for the weekend, just knowing how much cool stuff is going on. And, in some ways, it all kind of starts today and tonight. Today, we're going to find out two major things that we've been waiting on. And I don't know about you guys. I hate waiting for information. Drives me crazy. Cecily's Hockey League, for whatever reason, like they told us her first game 3 days before it was just driving me crazy. Like I want to make plans. I want to plan out my fall. I want to plan out my weekend. I want to know what I'm doing. So they finally started to give us the schedule. I'm like, my God. And not knowing the Mariners' schedule, not knowing their opponent, it's starting to annoy me. It's starting to drive me crazy. It's nobody's fault. I just want it to happen. It will today. If you're like me and you need to know, you need to plan, you need to kind of start thinking about what that's going to look like. Let's see. First game's at noon, Cleveland and Detroit. So by around 3:00, we should know who they're going to be playing, thankfully. So around 3:00, we'll know who the Mariners play in the first round. Around 6:00-ish, because the Red Sox-Yankees game starts at 3, we'll know when they're playing on Saturday. So you get two sort of major pieces of information probably by around, let's call it 6:00 this afternoon.
I'm seeing that that game starts at 5.
That's what I meant.
Okay, just checking.
That's what I meant. So we'll get that at 8. Yeah, you get the Cubs game in between. Sorry. Thank you, Moore. I was wrong. I should have looked at my notes rather than trying to operate from memory. You're right. That would be the late game. Duh. The Cubs play the middle game, and then they get that late game. So by 8:00, we'll have a sense as to when the game is on Saturday. Also tonight, you got a really good NFL Thursday night game, or at the very least, really important from a Seahawks fan perspective, because as you start thinking through the rest of this season, you know, I'm not going to spend a lot of time worrying about the Cardinals. They always feel like a team that will take themselves out. If I ask you today, who are you rooting for tonight? Who do you want to lose more, the Rams or the Niners?
The Rams.
Because they're better, right?
Yeah, but they're playing Mac Jones, so I don't have a lot of confidence. I mean, they're without Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, I'm a little torn on this one. I get your. I think that's probably the right answer, Maura, is to root against the Rams. I will say there is a part of me that says, hey, look, the Niners beat you once. You control your own destiny against the Rams. You got an opportunity to go out and beat them twice, whereas the Niners, the best you can hope for is a split in the season series. Maybe there's a reason to root for the Rams to try to take out the Niners and then hope that you yourself can take out the Rams. That's if you're feeling very confident in the Seahawks and kind of what they're able to do this year. If you're feeling like a little like, hey, they might get this all done, but I don't know. I'm confident, but I'm not like fully confident. Then you're probably rooting for the Niners tonight because it probably takes out the better team, and that being the Rams. So it kind of go either way. I don't know that there's a bad scenario for the Seahawks tonight. One of those teams is going to lose, and I think you could make a legitimate, convincing argument that either of them is best for the Seahawks. But yeah, there is a part of me. It's like, you know what? Take out the Niners. Just be done with the Niners. They beat you once. Okay, you weren't fully prepared, weren't fully ready for game one of the season. I don't mean like the coach didn't prepare them. Just, you know, they hadn't fully gotten up to speed of what they might be this year. And, you know, you had a weird sort of ending of that game with the Reek Woolen play or plays, and then obviously the sack fumble at the end. yeah, there is a part of me. It's like, okay, well, you're better now. So if you want to really be the best, you're going to have to go beat the Rams.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm not confident in the Seahawks. I just think the Rams are really good if Stafford's back holds up.
Totally.
But yeah, it wouldn't be bad either to see the Niners start to, because I mean, things are unraveling. They lost to the Jaguars and now they have all these injuries.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be bad to make it at least a 2-team race between the Rams and the Seahawks.
That sounds kind of nice to me. So I may end up rooting for the Rams tonight. I don't know. We'll see what happens when I actually start watching the game. I do hate the Rams. So it makes it hard. I don't like that team. Just don't like them. I don't like Matt Stafford. Don't like the Rams. Be perfectly happy when they lose. Yeah, 253, good point. Niners have a far easier schedule, so I want them to lose. Yeah, that's a good point, too. All right, so that gets going tonight. So by the end of the night tonight, the NFC West starts to shape up a little bit more. You know who the Mariners' opponent is going to be on Saturday. We'll know when they're going to play on Saturday. And then tomorrow almost really ends up being the full calm before the storm. And then, like, all systems go on Saturday as you get this, what I think is just going to be an unbelievable explosion of noise and energy and excitement and, yes, anxiety as all of it comes to pass as the Mariners host whoever it's going to be from the NL Central, or the AL Central, rather, on Saturday. Do you, Lyle, you still pro playing the Guardians? Love them to win no matter what? Think they're the worst team, better matchup?
Yeah, those guys had 2 hits through 7 innings yesterday, even though they won.
Man, it is an interesting debate. Like, this is another one where, like, I get where you're coming from. It's sort of kind of like what Maura just said. Like, I don't disagree. The Tigers are a better team. But, man, do you want to play the worst team or the colder team? There is something just going on with the Guardians, right? They just seem to have a little bit of that magic right now around them. They've got a confidence. They clearly believe in themselves. They seem to find ways to win, even if they are non-traditional. Votes got them playing about as hard as anybody out there. Are they a perfect team? No. Far from it. You're right. That offense is ugh. And once you get past the first couple of starting pitchers, ugh, right? Like there's a lot of iffiness, but the bullpen is excellent and has done a tremendous job. They rise to the occasion, and they just seem to have a level of belief that I think would scare me a little bit more right now than the Tigers do. Now, that's not to say that you couldn't lose to either of these teams or beat either of these teams. We'll see. But there's just a little something going on with that Guardians team.
And with all that, they don't have Tarek Skubal.
That's true. I know. That is sort of the simple fact. But you're in a situation where Skubal can't start game 1, which is a huge benefit to you. And at this point, the fact that this goes to game 3 is enormous advantage, right? Don't you think this is a big advantage for both Toronto and Seattle?
For sure. Now, Skubal's still going to start 2 games, so even if he doesn't start game 1, that doesn't really matter that much to me.
Yeah, but we'll see what he looks like in short rest. We saw him on short rest before. It was not ideal. So we'll see what he looks like on a short rest game later. I don't know.
I wouldn't take my chance with that. Also, the Guardians don't have Emmanuel Clase, so that too.
That is helpful. Man, they look pretty darn good at the ends of games, though, and they found a way to get it done yesterday. Wasn't Rocchio the guy that ended up beating the Mariners in one of those games? And we were like, who the heck is Brian Rocchio? And then he ends up winning the game for the Guardians yesterday with a huge home run, and Bo Naylor ends up kind of jumping on top of that. So yesterday's a blast. The last 2 days of watching these games has been so much fun. Almost every game has been fun to watch. I don't always love the results of all of the games, but the games themselves, filled with excitement, tension, good pitching, 104.5 mile an hour dotted fastballs on the outside corner, home runs, athletic plays, a little bit of chaos thrown in. Man, this has been really, really entertaining baseball to watch, and just think how much more fun / stressful it gets when we finally start seeing Mariner baseball on Saturday. All right, we'll come right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. We got Joel Klatt. We've got Jay Buhner. We've got Jeff Passan. We've got Shannon Drayer. We got Brock. It's a big day. I hope you're going to be with us for a full 4. It's Brock and Salk, AL Sports on 710. Your home for the Mariners pennant push.
Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are 3-1.
Weekdays 10 to 2 This defense looks amazing. I know that they did not continue that streak of holding opponents to 17 or fewer, but they held them to 20. And importantly, essentially the Cardinals had 1-2 solid drives the entire game, like objectively good drives. The rest of it, they were completely shut down.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hey man, gaining weight, low energy, lost drive? It could be your testosterone. Revive Men's Health Washington helps men get their edge back. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations.
When men start treatment, it's not just their labs that change. You see it in their posture, their energy, and how they walk into the room. That's why I do what I do.
Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111. Or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope. That's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with code SPORTS at urgentcarekit.com/sports. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/sports, promo code SPORTS.
This is where you hear your AL West champion Mariners in the playoffs. Seattle Sports.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafi from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, ideal situation for the Mariners yesterday. Cleveland-Detroit series is going to go to a deciding Game 3 today, forcing the eventual winner to use even more of their pitching staff ahead of the ALDS, which starts, of course, on Saturday. Strange game. 1-1 into the 8th inning. Detroit just kept stranding base runners. Cleveland doing next to nothing. All of that did change when Brian Rocchio took a 100-mile-an-hour fastball out of the park, and then Bo Naylor got involved.
Lefty with his back to him delivers, and Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. Perez back. 3-run homer. 6-1 Cleveland.
Yeah. Pretty big moment, and that was more than Detroit could handle. So they get a Game 3 winner, go home. Jack Flaherty and Slade Ciccone today. Ooh. So they got to use up, whoever it is has now used up their top 3 pitchers. Who are they starting Game 4? I'm like, they're literally going with their 4th starter. Or a bullpen game in Game 1 against the Mariners. Talk about an advantage. Love that. We'll wait and see what time that game is and against whom on Saturday. Yeah, we'll have to wait till late tonight to know what time. Yankees took advantage of a couple of Red Sox mistakes to win Game 2 and force another one today. Red Sox win. And, of course, the Mariners will play at 1 o'clock on Saturday. Yankees win, and that game will be at 5:28. Padres got a big moment from Manny Machado.
He's hit, could double the Padres lead. First pitch. Hey now. Swinging a high fly ball left field. Happ is back. He's at the ivy. That ball's gone. It's a 2-run homer. And Manny Machado's not even to first base yet. He was firing up the Padres in the first base dugout. They are playing to keep their season alive. And he is helping the cause in a major way. It's 3-0 San Diego here in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, then they eventually just turned it over to that ridiculous bullpen, mostly Mason Miller. He hit 104.5 miles an hour on a fastball yesterday and dotted it on the lower outside corner. It was just unbelievable. He struck out all 5 batters he faced yesterday. Yeah, no biggie. He just goes 1 2/3, 5 strikeouts. My God, that is pretty impressive. Game 3, of course, will be later today. Dodgers, they did take care of business eventually. Just way too much firepower for a Reds team that only won 82 games this year. The Mets really should be ashamed of themselves that they were not the final team taking on the Dodgers in that battle. But bullpen issues, yes, but the Dodgers still find a way to win. Game 3s will be today at noon, 2 and 5.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So the number 51 back on the field at T-Mobile just a few months after being retired. What's the deal? Who was wearing it? Oh, Ichiro. Of course Ichiro would get himself into this scrimmage yesterday to play some right field. Made a play, did end up flashing the no-fly zone sign to the crowd. I don't believe he got an at-bat, but nice to see him out there. And for everyone else, it was all relievers yesterday. Home team had Hancock and Spire and Munoz and Troy Taylor. The away team went, Bizardo, Vargas, Brash, and Colin Snyder. It sounds like you'll do a little bit more of the taxi squad pitchers on the mound today. Home runs for Gino Suarez and Cal Raleigh. I don't know if you were paying attention and care who hit home runs during the inter-squad scrimmage. Either way, But that's what went down. Dan, just excited to get his guys off their feet this week.
Yeah, I think the day off, day and a half off was really good for a lot of guys, and especially the guys that were nursing a little bit of something here or there. So I think in terms of that. I think we're in much better shape than we were towards the end of the season. So it's good that these guys were able to get this break. I think the bye week. You can say all you want about it, but I do think in terms of some of our guys, getting that rest was big.
Clearly, and we got to see them last night hanging out as a team at the Kraken preseason game. Julio riding the Zamboni, cheering after every goal. I think he's pretty excited for this weekend.
Oh, I think it's perfect. It couldn't have been better, especially last time we played the playoff. Unfortunately, we were just able to play one game, and now having to start a series here, we're all home crowd, kind of in our turf, it's awesome. I think it's going to be a great time over here.
Should be pretty loose team, and they will have another scrimmage later this afternoon.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks looking fairly healthy heading into Sunday's matchup with Tampa. Not perfect, but Nick Eamon-Wari, a full participant in practice yesterday, sure makes it seem like he would be ready to return. We'll see on Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon. I'm hoping that those are just precautionary. The new injury, of course, is DeMarcus Lawrence. He did not practice, but...
Just to be clear on Lawrence, that doesn't sound like it's an IR, like IR is in play, right?
No, not right now. It's day-to-day right now with D-Law.
Oh, good. I'm glad that the reporters get a little Mike McDonald pause awkwardness and not just us when we talk to him on Mondays. On the other side of things...
But they didn't get a year? That's a crazy question.
Well, it wasn't crazy, obviously. The Bucs are beat up, Maura. 15 names on their injury report, including quarterback Baker Mayfield, who's dealing with both a knee and a biceps issue on his throwing arm, plus Bucky Irving, Mike Evans, Greg Gaines, and just a host of others who sat out practice yesterday as well. Baker, though, was asked if he and Sam Darnold had fond memories of their time in Carolina together.
Reminisce about the good old days in Carolina? What are you talking about?
Reminisce about what days?
Good old days in Carolina?
Oh, nope.
Ooh.
No, we don't.
Nope, no, that's not something that happens. All right. Nice preseason win for the Kraken last night. Ryan Winterton with a couple of goals and a 4-2 win. Just one more preseason game before they start a week from tonight. And, Niners and Rams tonight. As you mentioned, Maura, the Niners are going to be without Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings. So they are pretty beat up heading into this divisional matchup. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, you can watch high school football live tomorrow night as well as part of this big weekend. Seattle Sports Game of the Week presented by STSPN. Glacier Peak Grizzlies hosting the number 2 ranked Lake Stevens Vikings live from Glacier Peak High School. Watch that game tomorrow, 7 p.m. exclusively on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports YouTube page for full 2025 matchups. Go to seattlesports.com/high school. All right. As I mentioned, lots of guests today as we're gearing up for the weekend. That means that we'll talk to Jade Buhner at 7:30, Jeff Passan with a special Thursday appearance at 8:30 this morning. Shannon Drayer will join us later at 9:30 as well. But before we get there, it was a cool conversation with Joel Klatt yesterday, and just put him down as another person, another analyst, another guy in the know who is pretty enamored with what we're seeing from Sam Darnold right now. I don't know whether this continues all year long, but I thought his answer to the question on what Sam can do to convince people this year was pretty compelling. Stick around. You'll hear that and more next on Brock and Salk.
Touchdown Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 54, Bobby Wagner, linebacker, one of the finest of his generation. He set just about every tackling record that can be set. He was the heart and soul of one of the best defenses to ever play in the National Football League.
The Seahawks go for a 4th straight win, hosting Tampa Bay Sunday before the 12s. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
All right, hey, Mike Salk. I was home yesterday with Avery as she was recovering from wisdom tooth surgery extraction, and just thinking about how few years I've got together with her before she ends up going to college. And that part is sad but exciting. And then you start thinking, oh my gosh, how are we going to pay for college? It's so expensive. It's such a challenge, and you want to give your kid the option to do whatever it is they want. Well, you need help. You need help preparing for it, planning for it. That's where Trajan Wealth comes into play. They can help with college planning. They can help with retirement planning. If you got an old 401k that you're not sure what to do with, they can help with the peace of mind in your investment portfolio. They can help with tax efficiency, trying to make sure that you're not overpaying more than you owe. Yeah, Trajan Wealth's core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency as well. Call them today to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting and learn more. 206-466-3300 is the phone number. That's 206-466-3300. Or you can just go to TrajanWealth.com. Again, Trajan Wealth Management. You can find them at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC or SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
What if you could instantly find whatever you need exactly when you need it? We're talking everything from parking spots to holiday gifts to the perfect shoes in your size. Think of all the time you'd save. While you may never instantly find these things, if you're hiring, you can find qualified candidates right away. With ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent, and their advanced resume database lets you unlock top candidates' contact info instantly. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Where you hear Cal's quest for the MVP.
Goodbye, baseball, number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Open enrollment for Medicare happens every year, but for a lot of people, it's still confusing. Hi, this is Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man. Don't worry, help is on the way with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit brought to you by the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Find out what's changing and learn about your options for Medicare with 7 easy steps to get ready for open enrollment. Order your free copy of the Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit at insurance.wa.gov or pick up a copy at your local library or senior center.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Saturday, October 4th through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
The intent for the training is always to, of course, make a better experience for the customer. But from my position, I would say I'm most proud of watching our own people grow.
I think a lot of us really do want the opportunity. I will work my butt off for an opportunity.
I started cleaning cars. Now I have this great opportunity to be a president of one of the greatest auto organizations I feel there is. And it's not that I was smarter than anyone. It's just I was around great people and always wanted to learn. So for me, it's super fulfilling to be able to pass that along to people and see people with the same drive and want to make a great life for themselves, right? So that to me is training. That's gratifying for me.
When leaders focus on growing people, this is where leadership becomes service, and customers feel the difference. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports at 97.3 FM HD2.
I don't mean to be a broken record, but hey, look, I want to keep telling everybody because everyone's been waiting to find out about these games and what time they would be. I told you, got interviewed by King 5 the other day. My new friend Sebastian asking me about the times, and just here's what we know so far. Sunday, we know it is going to be Seahawks at 1 o'clock, Mariners at 5. That's pretty well set in stone. Seahawks at 1, Mariners at 5. On Saturday, it's a little bit more up in the air, still dependent on who wins the Red Sox-Yankees series, but it will either be at 1 o'clock if the Red Sox win or at 5:30 if the Yankees win. There you go. Now you know. That is the situation for this weekend as we are all waiting with bated breath to find out what this is going to look like.
And Wyman and Bob at T-Mobile today and tomorrow.
Yes.
So I was a little confused as you were chatting about that. I was like, they're going to be there Saturdays? No. They're there today and tomorrow, broadcasting updates, what's going on as they all get to scrimmage, try to stay sharp and get ready for whoever's coming to town.
Should be pretty cool. All right, joining us now as he does this time every week, Joel Klatt. And I was told to ask, Joel, is it okay to call you our quarterback? Is that fair? Are you our quarterback now?
And then you can give him a little knuckles.
I feel like that's disrespectful to Brock, isn't it?
Nothing new though on this show to be a little bit disrespectful to Brock. That's kind of part of how the show was built.
Salk, this is how it works: is Brock is your quarterback,
right?
That's right.
And I'm Gus's quarterback.
Okay,
that's right.
What's it like being Gus's quarterback?
Hey man, it's a wild ride sometimes. You just gotta buckle up.
Yeah.
You know, you just buckle up and ride the wave.
See, I'm fortunate that way, Joel. Salk's more of after all, he was a nose tackle fullback at BB&N.
Pretty good one too. Yeah.
Gus a little more of a DB receiver type.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Did I hear Scotty's not around this year? Is there no more Scotty with Gus?
That is true.
So what does he do? I thought Scotty was kind of the hype man to kind of get him in the zone, and by all accounts, he hasn't had any problems being in the zone. So, is that your job now? Are you the new hype man for Gus?
Sure. I think that listen, it's actually an unfortunate set of circumstances, to be honest with you. So I don't want to get too much into it, but we do have Gus has a new spotter, and I can do my best in my very nerdy and analytical way to try to get him hyped up.
Mm-hmm. I had
It's such a funny pairing. I love that you and Gus are together. It is a hilarious, I love it. It is
We're very opposite.
Yeah.
And you know what, though?
Felix and Oscar.
I do think that there's something to that in a broadcast. Like what he loves in a broadcast, I gravitate towards other things. We sound very different. And yet we both love what we're doing and we love the game, So from that sense, I'm very fortunate. I'm super grateful to be able to work with him. He's so good. He makes the game sound bigger. As Brock would tell you, for doing this job, really you want two things out of your play-by-play guy. And I know this is boiling it down, but you want him to make the game feel and sound bigger, and then you want him to leave the football to you. And Gus does both of those things, you know, and that's not every play-by-play guy. There's a lot of if you're out there and you're, you know, hoping to be a play-by-play guy, like, don't try to be the football expert. Just call the game. Just call the game. Please leave the football to us.
Mm-hmm. I was a little jelly, not going to lie to you. People have asked me a bunch of times already, Joel, this season, like, hey, do you miss it? Do you miss the broadcast booth? And what's it been like? And I'm like, no, I'm really consumed with what's going on with our football team here and all the hours, and it's been a blast. But I did do a little double dip on Saturday. We got a double dip this weekend with the Seahawks and Mariners. Unprecedented stuff in town. It's going to be unbelievable. We'll get to the Seahawks and Sam in a second. But I did a double dip, and I went to Montlake, and I went to Missoula. Idaho, Missoula, or Montana were playing late Saturday night. My nephew was playing for Idaho. But I got to go to the Husky game and actually popped in the booth. Saw Gary and Brad. And Damon.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Damon gave Gary a nice little passing time, retirement gift, and it was awesome to see them. And, Joel, the stadium was electric. It was a 12:30 kick. It was 70 degrees and sunny. The sailgating was in full regalia. It was just absolutely incredible. And really, through the first quarter plus of that game, the Huskies had ample opportunities to put some pressure on the Buckeyes, and they couldn't. What did you see?
Yeah, I saw, you know, I saw a defense that just understands itself incredibly well, and that they were playing the long game and understood that if they just made life really difficult, didn't give up big plays, and didn't allow Williams to get out and get loose and get excited, that they were going to end up winning the game. You know, Ohio State right now feels like the guy winning the 100-meter dash through 50 yards or meters, whatever. I just said 100-meter and then yards. Salk, you could have at it with that one. But halfway through the race, you're like, man, that guy is winning the race, but it doesn't look like he's trying to run hard. You know, and everyone else looks like they're trying to run really hard. And yet here's Ohio State. I don't even feel like Ohio State has shifted into even fourth gear in this season. Like, there's so much still on the table. They're just playing offense within themselves and then allowing that defense to just go and operate. And after the first series, you know, Washington goes down and I'm like, okay, they got something. Like you said, the energy was incredible. It's one of the great environments in all of college football. It's an overlooked program right now nationally because I think Washington is a very good football team. And yet after that first series, I just never felt like is Washington going to be able to drive and score? And I'm like, nah, I don't think that they are. The length and speed for Ohio State at the linebacker position, and I would assume that you saw this as well. Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese are just like incredible players. And they were so fast that Washington, they didn't have anything there, you know, and so I never got the sense after that first series, other than the fact that it was a limited possession game. It was just kind of like, okay, this feels inevitable, a little bit like a boa constrictor. They're just going to continue to squeeze, play conservative on offense, win the line of scrimmage, really beat Williams down with that defensive line. Ohio State impressed me a lot because I never felt like they panicked, even though it's a 3-0 game, you know, right before the half.
So what do you think that does for Washington now moving forward? They played well, but obviously not well enough against a top team. They go, to Maryland, I think, this weekend. Tough trip across the country. Can they use a game like that as a springboard, or do you put so much energy into that game that it's hard to kind of build it back up afterwards for your next couple opponents?
I think you have to use it as a mirror or a measuring stick. And you've got to see, here's the key to be a great team, maybe more so in college than in the NFL, but both levels, and maybe even in the high school level as well. I think that you have to have integrity. And what does that mean? Integrity in the sense that you have to be able to evaluate yourself through clear eyes and honestly, and understand where you are, where you want to go, and how you're going to get there. And for me, you got to watch that tape, and you've got to honestly say, you know, you don't give excuses like, you know, well, you know, Jed was flying off the handle early and got that flag, even though they shouldn't have given him a sideline, you know, penalty without a warning. Like, there were some weird things. Officiating in general is going to be bad, but what you don't want to do is just give excuses and say like, well, we're fine. Okay, so what do you need to do? Well, you need to build from here. Okay, what did Ohio State take away, and how can you combat that when you get in that scene again? I think one of the reasons why Ohio State won the national championship a year ago is because they were able to evaluate themselves and then develop and change accordingly. They changed philosophy from a defensive standpoint and a bit structure-wise because of the Oregon loss. They changed their offensive philosophy because of the Michigan loss. So you can't just say, hey, like, we're fine, we did everything, and we'll just keep going business as usual. You need to adjust. You need to understand what went wrong and why and try to go and correct that. So this is one of the great things and aspects of college football. Like, for instance, last week I did that USC-Illinois game. And, Brock, I think you would agree with this. USC's film was substantially better than Illinois. There was nothing on tape that suggested that Illinois was going to be able to beat USC. There really wasn't. I watched all of it, every snap. And yet, Illinois changed. They looked at what they were doing against Indiana. They got throttled, and they had all these guys beat up in the secondary. And yet, offensively, Barry Lunny, their offensive coordinator, he said, you know what? Our offensive line cannot go side to side. We're not athletic enough. So the stretch zone, the wide zone, and the wide zone RPO and stretch zone RPO off of that is not working. We're not impacting the defenders. We're not threatening the defenders. They're not in conflict because our offensive line is not good enough. So he changed philosophies, and he ran right at USC's defensive line. And so he called it direct runs, tried to get double teams and movement. And that change in philosophy allowed them to have success. Well, Washington needs to do something similar here, is just evaluate what went on and then try to correct some of those things from a philosophy standpoint and mistake standpoint.
I'm impressed you didn't use the integrity thing to take a shot at me for not having enough of it, because I was expecting that's where it was going to go. You got to have integrity. Not that you know anything about it, Salk. Integrity is very important in this business. So
he's taking steps, Salk. Yeah. He's taking steps. He's a kinder,
he's a kind, gentler guy. Well, it's a good.
Go ahead. Listen, you've grown on me. You've
like
grown on me.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
Hey,
no, I want to spin that to Sam Darnold, Brock, if we can, because I think that's a great way of spinning to a guy that right now, I think he's done all of those things. Like, your definition of integrity there feels like a perfect way of looking at Sam Darnold. And yesterday, Daniel Jeremiah was with us. He said he's been very calm in the pocket, and I thought that was another great way of looking at Darnold. Do you think there's anything he can do during the regular season to convince people that he's legit? Because he's playing dynamite football.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is control your own effort level, right? And go out there and play well. That's all he can do. And then when the moments arise where we're going to judge him more critically, then he needs to play well in those moments. This looks like a division that's going to be very tough and tight. It's not a division that I think anyone's going to run away with. So there's going to be massive games late in the season where he's going to have to play well. And more specifically, he's going to have to take care of the football in those games, which he was unable to do late last season. His growth, though, has been substantial from his early days in New York to what we saw last year in Minnesota, and then what we're seeing here early with Seattle. I think what's interesting for me, though, is this feels a little bit more real. And one of the reasons is because he's not the backup that came in because J.J. McCarthy got injured. Like, this feels like a team that put faith in him, and it's his team, and he's playing and acting accordingly. And I think that will help him later on. This is really, if you're being honest, this is really the first time in his career that he's had this, where it's like, okay, you're our guy. You go out there and lead our team. This is Sam's team. This is not different than that. And I think that will allow him to have success in those moments. And he'll understand what the philosophy is in terms of winning that game that particular day. But I would echo what Daniel said. And Daniel's really smart. Daniel's probably the best in the business, and just in terms of evaluation. I constantly listen to Daniel about what he says, how he says it. And when he says, like, calm in the pocket, that's so important. So important, because it tells you a lot about what's going on upstairs for a quarterback. That means that the game is slow for him. He understands what he's looking at. He's comfortable with his personnel, and he's comfortable with his own structure. All of those things lead to calmness in the pocket. And when you play calm, you play on time. When you play on time, you play accurate. When you play accurate, it leads to yards after the catch. These are all dominoes in quarterback play and in football. And it stems from being comfortable with your position on the team, and then obviously taking ownership of the system and understanding what you're looking at. And he's doing all of those things. So to your point, like, he's doing everything that he can right now. There's nothing he's going to do until those moments arrive that is going to change anybody's mind or prove anybody wrong.
You know what he's doing as well, Joel? I'll just add a little cherry on top of that. He's playing the position as if he was 6'1" and 190 pounds without an arm strength. He's playing it, and you would love it. If you watched every one of his snaps, I know you've seen a bunch of them, but if you watched it, Joel, it's what you preach all the time, because you weren't the biggest or the fastest QB or the strongest arm QB. You had to play on time and on target. He is doing that as if he doesn't have the skill set, and then you watch him and you're reminded, like, oh, that's right. That's why he was taken in the top 10, because he can throw lasers from 55 yards, and he can escape, and he can throw across his body, and he does have those bullets in his holster. He just happens to play the game and is playing it right now as if he doesn't. Does that make sense?
I think it makes perfect sense. And I think what happens is, and here comes the shot, Salk, so sorry, but I think that and I don't want to be the guy that is
Sark, because I don't want to hear that. That's just saying I don't have any integrity. That's just another way of saying that I don't have any integrity.
It was a misspeak. It was
doesn't sound like one. Sounds like a Freudian misspeak to me.
Take it for what it is. Take it for what it is. So I believe that most people that haven't played the position or aren't in it, and this is not like we played, you didn't. That's not what I'm talking about. If you didn't live it, right, what I think stands out most to people are the things that Brock was talking about that are above the X's and O's, like the top end arm strength and the outside of the X's and O's plays that you're able to make. And so a lot of times people just look at that and evaluate that, and players are drafted because of that. But what you don't understand is that it's actually a building block, because playing quarterback is a lot like math in terms of, like, you've got to master Algebra 1 before you can go to Algebra 2. And you've got to master Algebra 2 before you can go on, and then your calculus and so on and so forth. And the further you can get along, that's great, but what we tend to do is just want calculus right away. And that's what we want to see from quarterbacks. And this is where, like, for instance, for an example, I know I got to give Salk, not Sark, examples. Caleb Williams tries to play calculus way too much. And he doesn't master Algebra 1, because unless you can play on time and on target in the foundation, you're not going to be on schedule. If you're not on schedule, you're not throwing the football when you want to versus when you have to. When you have to throw the football because you have to, now you're just expected to make these insane plays, but you haven't mastered the foundational principles of the sport. So the guys that master the foundational principles and then have the talent to go up to calculus, those are the great players. Yeah. And we'll see if Sam can continue his mastery of the foundation and then take it to another level when he needs to.
Along those lines, it is fascinating. I forget which broadcast it was this year, Salk, if it was Sanchez or one of the guys said, yeah, actually Sam learned the most from Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy's not calculus. I've said it a bunch, right? I mean, he's maybe got the most limited RPMs.
A little more arithmetic, yeah.
Yeah, but he does it so unbelievably.
He's got those primary colors, Brock, that you were explaining yesterday.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, hey, but if you do that perfectly,
yeah,
that's right,
your team can succeed. You know, right. But again, that's where it's like, that's where guys like Caleb Williams struggle. And it's like, well, you won't have any consistency for your team or for your offense unless you can do the primary colors well.
It's what the kid at Ohio State is doing. It's how Ryan Day and the Buckeyes are just kind of developing him and working him into that process. Hey, you're also a baseball guy. We had great baseball stories last week. This is going to be one of the most epic weekends, truly, in Seattle sports history. We get a 1 o'clock 3-1 Seahawk team, 3-1 Buccaneers, followed by an American League Division Series against either the Guardians or Tigers, back-to-back right across the street. When you are in your hotel this time of year, I know you watch a little baseball. I know it's probably in the background.
I was watching. Yeah.
Yep, as you do your notes. You've been around the game. You're a pro yourself. So Major League playoff baseball is fill in the blank.
Electric. It's electric. And it's electric in the most mundane way. It's like the strategy being used on every pitch is incredible, and the urgency of every single pitch and at bat, and you see the level of concentration for the hitters and for the pitchers, the microscope that the defense is under, and all the little things that take place. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. It's incredible. Watching Chapman try to close out the Yankees after giving up 3 straight hits, up 2 in the 9th on the road, bases loaded, nobody out, and watch him go to work, and the strategy against Stanton, and then so on down. I loved that. So baseball tends to bore me during the regular season, but this time of year, I think it's absolutely electric. Absolutely electric. And what I really love, by the way, is the guys that can be calm within the storm. The Freddie Freeman home run, and the guys that can hit and execute in big moments, and they're looking for specific pitches in specific areas, and then they can attack. And you know what they talk about? Being on time. There's so many correlations to quarterback play. You got to be on time in the moment in order to execute, and that's what I love about playoff baseball.
Yeah, it's so funny because it's such a different game from football in so many other ways. You can't hype yourself up into a great playoff performance in baseball. You have to calm yourself down into it.
You can't hype yourself up into great quarterback play.
No, exactly. I meant other positions on the field. I mean, defensive end can hype himself up into just a lather and get after it. But baseball is much more like a quarterback.
You were a nose tackle?
Pretty dominant in my day. Yeah, 5'10", about 170 pounds maybe in high school. Pretty dominant up front. Yeah.
If you're doing a hierarchy of intelligence on the football field, the least intelligent people are the defensive tackles.
Yeah, that's why they moved me there. Yeah, I started at safety, and
do you realize that the quarterback is out there and he's doing a 22-piece chess game that's moving?
Yep.
And the defensive tackle on those guard is right or left.
Not at DB&M.
Right or left.
No, we didn't do any of that. We just handed the ball off every single time, and quarterback never threw the ball. And all the quarterback needed to know was handoff left or handoff right, because he was just like a random dude that happened to be able to throw better than the other 25 guys on the team. It was not the way you envision high school football. Trust me. It was...
Defensive tackle, right or left?
Pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty, even if that at all.
Where's the strength? And by the way, they're not even asked to identify the strength. They just stand there with their hands on their hips, gasping for air. And then someone tells them from behind, they're like, left, and they're like,
and then sometimes they don't even do that. They have to whack them into place. They have to move
that's
their,
right. They're like,
slap their butts.
Move over a gap.
You're in
and
the
they're
wrong
gap.
Joel, thank you. This is a fun day today. Appreciate you. Have a good week, and we'll be deeply embroiled in playoff baseball when we talk next week. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
All right, pretty cool, fun 20 minutes or so there with Joel Klatt, who joins us every Wednesday at 8:30 throughout this football season. We are going pretty much wall-to-wall baseball now for the rest of the show, and can't wait for it. Jay Buhner at 7:30 with his unique insights on this team and where they're going. We have Jeff Passan at 8:30. Don't know who else you'd possibly want to hear from today other than Jeff. And then Shannon Drayer will take us inside the scrimmage yesterday and what's to come. All that and a whole lot more. Plus, here's the thing and so many other cool things. Just, man, I'm pumped, man. We're getting real close to postseason baseball here in Seattle this weekend. Stick with us throughout the morning. It's the Brock and Salk Show on your home for the Mariners Pen and Push, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. It's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought?
Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle.
What are you doing?
Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. And bidding is underway now. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Hey man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. When a spouse says, "Thank you, I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope. That's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with code SPORTS at urgentcarekit.com/sports. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/sports, promo code SPORTS.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I want to say thank you to you, Brock, for helping me with the column I was working on last night. It's up at seattlesports.com, trying to figure out what would really matter and what would, where the Mariners need to kind of focus some of their attention heading into these postseason games. And by the end of the day, today, we'll finally know who they're going to play. We'll finally know what time they're going to play on Saturday. The not knowing is killing me. I hate not knowing. It's just absolutely driving me crazy. Maybe the schedule even more than who they're going to play. That's just a personal problem. But we'll find out all of that by the end of today. And then it's go time on Saturday. And as I was trying to figure, okay, like what is going to be most important, I wanted to start with starting pitching, but I think you made such a compelling case on our text exchange on the importance of runners in scoring position that I ended up really using a lot of what you said and crediting you as well, because I think you're right. The more you watch these games, the more important that stat really is.
Yeah, and it's important in the regular season, obviously. There's no question about that. But there were some teams that were good over the course of the regular season that don't find themselves in the playoffs. And there's a team that won the American League West for the first time in 25 years that for the majority of the season wasn't very good in that area. But when you get to this kind of ball and you get to this kind of pressure, and you kind of felt it yesterday in the Cleveland-Detroit game. I know why Lyle walked away from that game going, golly, I felt like Detroit outplayed them throughout. And they did. They populated the bases over and over and over. But what were they, 1 of 15 with runners in scoring position?
1 of 15.
I mean, it just is, it's demoralizing in the regular season, but it's devastating and deadly in the postseason. And the teams that find a way to get that hit, just to make that play, to kind of break the pressure by delivering when it matters and scoring a touchdown in the red zone and not settling for a field goal or throwing an interception or fumbling the ball, it just fills, that home stadium and that home clubhouse with that much more belief.
So we've talked about, how, look, we're not big batting average guys anymore, right? The world has moved on from batting average. Lyle will tell you, we're into first, you go to OPS and then OPS plus and WRC plus. There's just a lot better ways to judge a baseball player in 2025 than just looking at batting average. But Lyle, as much as you're into it, I would assume that you agree, batting average with runners in scoring position, I think, is still a very relevant stat, and in many ways even more so than your slugging percentage or your OPS in those moments, because you got to drive in runs. You got to find ways to drive in runs. And so the Mariners this year, 26th out of 30 batting average with runners in scoring position. If they are just hitting 235 in the postseason, they're probably not going to succeed. I just come out and say it. They've got to do better than that. If they hit 235 with runners in scoring position in the postseason, I got some concerns about what the Mariners will do. Now, fortunately, those numbers include the 4 months before the roster was really kind of put together. And so, I'm not necessarily looking at 235 and saying that's who this team is. But it did lead me down the whole, Brock, of trying to figure out, all right, let's look at the individual players on the team. Who do you trust in those spots? Who do you think, I don't know if you read this or not this morning. Hopefully you haven't gone already to seattlesports.com and read the piece. Who led the Mariners in batting average with runners in scoring position?
Dom Canzone.
No. He was third, hit 265. Okay. Who was number one with a 337 batting average with runners in scoring position this year?
Naylor.
No. Naylor was about 206.
Oh.
Yeah, not good for the Mariners with runners in scoring position. As much as we want to talk about the clutch hitting, he was not so good. Randy, Victor, and Naylor and Gino all below 208.
Yeah.
All 4 of those guys.
Is it going to be Polanco?
Oh, it sure is. Jorge Polanco led the team with a 337 batting average with runners in scoring position, followed by J.P. Crawford, 289, Dom Canzone, 265, Julio, 246, and Cal, 237. Those were the guys that were above their team average.
Yep.
Those were the guys that were better than the team average. Everyone else was below it, who's still on the team. So, yeah, I mean, like, who do you want up in those big moments? Look, there's still a pretty good argument that you want Cal coming up in those big moments despite that number. And I think Josh Naylor, you're right. The quality of the at-bat is still so important, and he gives it to you. But I do think that, like, that's a pretty good nod to Jorge Polanco, J.P. Crawford, yes, Dom Canzone, and then Julio and Cal after that.
Yep, because you're going to, how many times over the course of the postseason, how many at-bats and opportunities are you going to get to deliver? And if that's, Randy and those guys at 208, you're talking about 1 out of 5 chances. Are they going to get 5 chances in this divisional series? Probably not. So you'd sure like to see that bumped up to where Jorge is and put him there in the box, because he's one of these that I don't think is going to be overwhelmed. Wait till you hear from Buhner. He was so good with us this morning. We taped. We're going to play it here in about, 15, 20, 25 minutes?
25 minutes.
It's so good talking about what playoff baseball is. What it was in the mid-'90s, what it was in 01, what it was in New York, what it was in those moments that just paints a picture of how intense. As he was talking about that, Salk, I did think about a few moments in my life competitively, playing in Nebraska at that point when they were national champion and playing in front of 98,000 people, and you could genuinely as a player feel the hum and the buzz in the arena. Right? A Monday night game got to be a part of, and you could feel the hum and the buzz and the pressure. And you just, you feel those things as a player, and you got to try to slow it down and slow the moment down and hopefully more importantly, and most importantly, deliver when it matters the most.
Well,
and when they get runners in scoring position, you just watch these games.
You got to find ways, man. And 417, texting in, say, hey, that's just not a predictable stat. Runners in scoring position is an uncontrollable luck stat. It's not real. It always gravitates eventually towards the overall numbers. It's too noisy, less important than batting. I get it. I understand that argument. But in the postseason, as Brock just said, you don't have time for those numbers to even out over a long period. And I actually do think that there's something to it over time. Like, I do think that, and I can't prove this to you other than my feeling of watching baseball for 47 years, that there is something to guys knowing how to come up and change their approach and find a way to get a hit in those moments that call for it. And I'm not a big, hey, go the other way guy, but if that's what it calls for with a runner on second and third in a big moment, you got to find ways to drive in those runs. And I do think it's telling that Polanco's at the top of that list, the guy who might have the most quiet heartbeat of anybody who comes up for this team. I don't think that's a huge surprise.
I've clamored for that heart rate monitor.
I know.
On kickers and their shoulder pads and quarterbacks.
You see they had it for the Ryder Cup?
No.
Oh, and those guys, like, teeing off on the first tee, like, their heart rates were at like 180. Like, if you thought that they were totally flat calm, they were not. It was like, no, they were not calm at all. The other stat that I thought might be telling, Brock, is how deep into the game the pitchers get. My biggest observation of watching the first 2 days of wildcard baseball, which have been awesome. I have loved everything about these first couple of games. Not always the results, but just the games themselves. I think they've been a ton of fun to watch.
Yep.
The great starting pitchers are getting really deep into games, and everybody else gets a short hook.
Yep.
And I'm very curious to see who on this team can get deep into games. It has not been the way it has been the last couple of years. Brian Wu was the only guy on the team who averaged more than 6 innings per start. Everybody else was in the 5 range, depending, 5, 5 1/3, 5 2/3. And I know that's just an out or two, but it's a big out or two when you're talking about turning it over to the bullpen. And it's maybe even bigger when you're talking about how many pitches you've taken to get there, how you look in that moment, because managers just don't give the same level of grace as much as you talk about that with Dan Wilson. You watch Alex Cora yesterday.
Yep.
Hey, sorry, Brian Bale, you're out of here in the 3rd inning. If you can't get this done, I got too many guys. It's too important. I can't sit around and wait for you to figure it out.
You think that's a best of 3 compared to the best of 5 that's coming up? You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Starters always have short hooks in the postseason.
Well, and the ones that don't pitch well, yes. It's interesting, though, because I feel like they've extended some of the stars even longer, right? Crochet went even longer than I think he would have in the regular season. Same maybe with Scooble. Like, those guys, like, oh, you want to throw 113, 120? Okay, it's the postseason, and you're dominating.
Yep.
So I am curious to see which of these starters, if any, can kind of be on the top end of that on the bottom, because there doesn't seem to be a lot of middle ground in terms of allowing the pitchers to get through and work through some issues.
Well,
Either you're cruising or you're not in the game anymore.
Certainly feels like it's going to be Logan, right? Just again, as we looked at the pitching, we thought there might be a little tell yesterday, and you didn't see Logan, you didn't see George.
Well, you didn't see anybody.
Correct. You saw Emerson and some of your relievers get some work.
Relievers yesterday, and it sounds like later today is just going to be the taxi squad guys.
Yep.
So you're not getting any kind of a tell there.
So I think it's going to be Logan to start Saturday, and that's been the one thing this year. That's been the one thing coming off of the injury and some of the ups and downs and everything else, that you have not seen him go 110 pitches. You've not seen a 7, 8, 9 inning affair that, you did see over the course of the couple previous seasons as an inning eater. It'll be pretty fascinating to watch if that can change with the environment changing come Saturday afternoon or Saturday night.
All right, I'm going to take my life in my hands here in about 20 minutes and attack Jay Buhner, but I think he deserves it. So that's coming up in 20. Jeff Passan a little bit later today. We'll give you everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk here in your home for the Mariners Pen and Push, Seattle Sports and seattlesports.com.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 54, Bobby Wagner, linebacker, one of the finest of his generation. He set just about every tackling record that can be set. He was the heart and soul of one of the best defenses to ever play in the National Football League.
The Seahawks go for a 4th straight win, hosting Tampa Bay Sunday before the 12s. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest, come with no charge.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope. That's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with code SPORTS at urgentcarekit.com/sports. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/sports, promo code SPORTS.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Home of your American League West Division champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Open enrollment for Medicare happens every year, but for a lot of people, it's still confusing. Hi, this is Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man. Don't worry, help is on the way with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit brought to you by the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Find out what's changing and learn about your options for Medicare with 7 easy steps to get ready for open enrollment. Order your free copy of the Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit at insurance.wa.gov or pick up a copy at your local library or senior center.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
We've got a style of play no one wants to go up against. Big hits that turn the tides in our favor. Noise that shakes opponents to their core.
That was 112 decibels in that last tackle.
Disruption is in our DNA.
It's intercepted! Seahawks ball! Interception made by Love!
Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football.
Break back, throws it! Touchdown! Touchdown Seahawks!
Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, man, this is really working out well for the Mariners right now. Cleveland, Detroit will go to a decisive Game 3 this afternoon, Brock, forcing the eventual winner to use more of their pitching staff ahead of the ALDS. So they're going to have to each throw their third starter in the game today, which means that's Jack Flaherty and Slade Ciccone. So they're on to their 4th starter, whichever team it is, or a bullpen game when they end up coming to town for the first of 5 potentially on Saturday. So really good news. This one was kind of cruising along at 1-1 until first Brian Rocchio, and then eventually Bo Naylor got involved.
Lefty with his back to him delivers, and Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. Perez back. 3-run homer. 6-1 Cleveland.
Josh Naylor, better player. Bo Naylor, cooler name.
Why can I imagine the big grumper was in the clubhouse getting ready for the scrimmage, watching that yesterday with his big grumper growl, just getting ready and prowl, and then watching that on the TV, and that smile that got on Big Brother's face.
You would think, right?
Oh, absolutely. As his younger brother Bo delivers, and really the knockout blow to force that Game 3 today. Yeah. Was I the only idiot, by the way? I probably am. Was I the only idiot that thought, like, these games went back to the other team for at least one of them?
3 straight in one city.
Holy smokes,
I know.
What an advantage.
It's a huge advantage. No, absolutely.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
You did know that, huh?
I did. I did know that.
I was like, I thought maybe they'd play 2 at the home and let them try to sweep, and if they don't, sorry, you got to go to their place. But nope.
No.
All 3.
You get all 3 games
in that venue.
Well, and that's where we'll see another game at Yankee Stadium today as well. They took advantage of a few Red Sox mistakes. They played a sloppy game yesterday between the non-error in left field from Duran, and then a popped-up bunt and a couple of other base running. It just was not a strong game for the Red Sox, so they end up losing. A really nice play by Jazz Chisholm. Probably saved the day for the Yankees.
He saved 2 runs because JD scores on that one. Great play.
he hit it. I thought it went through, and then he dove for it.
Yeah, Alex Cora weighing in there, so they're going to have to figure it out. They are starting a guy today that I've quite literally never heard of.
Who's that?
The Red Sox. What's his name? Early something? I honestly have never heard of this guy. My dad had never heard of him. My dad's like, I don't have any idea who this guy is.
He just got called up last month.
It's crazy. You got the Guardians starting a guy in center field making his major league debut yesterday. And of course, he dropped the ball. And then the Red Sox starting somebody I never heard of in the game later this afternoon. Padres got a big home run from Manny Machado and then turned it over to that pen. What'd you think of Mason Miller yesterday?
Oh, where was I at during that time? Practice?
5 outs via strikeout, including an 104.5 mile an hour fastball.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Which was
some are
right
claiming
on the
is maybe
black.
the greatest pitch ever.
I mean, based on the location
Yes.
and the velocity?
Yes.
It would be hard-pressed to say there's been too much that's been better. Dodgers, so that you get a Game 3 there as well, and then the Dodgers just... Look, the Reds only won 82 games this year. They just didn't really belong with everyone else. Yeah. And they were scrappy. They stayed in it. They tried to bother that bullpen, but just not enough. So 3 games today, noon, 2, and 5. By the end of the last game, we'll know who the Mariners are playing and when they'll be playing them on Saturday. Drive me crazy.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Good to see the number 51 back on the field at T-Mobile yesterday, Brock. Ichiro couldn't resist a chance to go play some right field during the Mariners scrimmage. Did not hit, but did snag a fly ball and then gave the no-fly zone sign to the crowd, which I thought was cool. As for the game, look, mostly relievers, a whole bunch of them pitched. Gino hit a home run. Cal hit a home run. I don't know if you care. Victor Robles won the salmon race, which I think was big. Apparently made sure that Humpy lost again, so we can talk to Shannon about that at 9:30. Victor wanted to make sure he got involved. Dan, and how about some? You want some Julio? He
Sure.
is.
We got to talk about Julio too.
We do. Well, he's having himself a night. Here's Julio.
Oh, we're just excited. We're just excited. We know that we have a few chill days to say like that before that, but I feel like we're all anticipating the moment. We're waiting for Saturday to come, and whoever it is that we're facing, we're just really looking forward for that. But right now, I feel like we're also like kind of enjoying the calm before the storm.
What do you think Julio's heart rate's going to be when he runs out to center field with the packed house? Oh my gosh, he's going to be so pumped.
He looked like he was having a lot of fun last night, riding the Zamboni and cheering for all the goals in the Kraken game. They won 4-2. The whole team was out there.
Pictures of him. A lot of people taking pictures of him.
Yeah. Yeah, Heather was there with Cecily. She snapped a pretty good shot of Julio.
Staring right at her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He seemed pretty into it, I think. I think he was kind of excited about getting his picture taken in that moment, quite frankly.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Who can blame him? Seahawks looking pretty healthy, Brock, honestly, heading into Sunday's matchup. A lot healthier than their opponent. Nicky Manwari, a full participant yesterday. Julian Love, Devin Witherspoon, DeMarcus Lawrence, all no-goes. I got to assume Love and Spoon are precautionary. We'll see. But Lawrence, obviously, that's a new injury, and he's considered day-to-day.
Yeah. And then Tampa's, you want to roll through theirs?
No, but they got
Have you
50
ever
names
seen
on it.
anything like that?
No, I got the email yesterday. I was like, whoa. It's like a Moby Dick. What's going on here? It's like a novel.
And it wasn't limited. It was like did not participate.
Well, and it wasn't all guys I never heard of either. How about, Baker Mayfield not participating yesterday with both a knee and a biceps issue in his throwing arm?
Right.
That seems challenging. Bucky Irving, Mike Evans, Greg Gaines, a host of others sat out as well. All right, Rams and Niners tonight, Thursday Night Football. Who are you rooting for?
Oh, I think the Rams are going to just smoke them.
I think they will too, but who are you rooting for?
Yeah, kind of rooting for the Rams to smoke them and just be done with the Niners. I'll get to the Niners.
Because you get 2 shots at the Rams still.
Correct.
Yeah. No, I was thinking that same thing.
Yeah.
But there's an argument the other way. Moore made a pretty good argument rooting for the Niners as well to try to take down a better team with the Rams. So, all right, there you go. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. You think it was weird that Heather took that picture of Julio up there?
I don't know. I don't want to take this too far, but I mean, it was obvious that he was looking right at her. She was looking right at him.
Yeah.
She's probably lost in those emerald green eyes.
Who can blame her?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just as her husband and you have been as well. You think she's alone and getting lost in those beautiful eyes?
No.
No, everybody does. They can't help themselves. They're ensorceling. My gosh. All right. Coming up, Jay Buhner. He doesn't want to. What?
What did you say?
Well, you can be ensorcelled with those. They're
don't use that word with Jay.
No.
Don't even try it.
You think that one's too long for him?
Did
All
you
right.
say sorcerer?
I'm going to stay away. Jay Buhner next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are 3-1.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
This defense looks amazing. I know that they did not continue that streak of holding opponents to 17 or fewer, but they held them to 20. And importantly, essentially the Cardinals had 1-2 solid drives the entire game, like objectively good drives. The rest of it, they were completely shut down.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Your home for baseball's postseason and your American League West champion Mariners. Seattle Sports.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Love and respect aren't just policies. They're what make the Lee Johnson Auto family feel like home.
The best managers are really good observers and communicators. Listen to your team, whatever they have to say, even if it's right, wrong, or indifferent. For me, that's kind of everything. I like to have my team feel like they're a part of something. They can contribute to the growth of this place.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
For me personally, it started with Brett and Todd. They identified, what their core values were about, and in turn that drew people with similar core values to him. It's why my dad wanted to come back here. When he got to a certain point in his career that just the paycheck and the financial statements were not fulfilling enough for him, he wanted to get back to where it was a family.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, Brock, as we get ready for what should be an epic weekend here in Seattle, there's really one voice that we knew we had to hear from today, and that, of course, is Jay Buhner. Good morning, Jay. Thanks for spending a few minutes with us. This is pretty epic, right? I mean, like the idea of these two games at home, we still don't know the opponent, but I would say this is about as exciting as it gets around here.
Amen. We're just waiting today to see who they're going to be playing, and then they adjust the game times, and it's going to be madness in Seattle, no doubt, especially with the Seahawk game on Sunday. So Sunday's going to be crazy. So lots of tailgating, lots of early people down there going crazy, and this is what it's all about. I mean, this team. On paper, if you look at it top to bottom, matchup for matchup, I think they face up very well against just about anybody. So it could be a nice long run for this team. Fingers crossed.
Would you rather see Detroit or Cleveland come in here this weekend?
At the end of the day, I don't think they really care, and it doesn't really matter to me personally. You're gonna have to beat the best to get to where you're going. So. I don't know. I don't have all that in front of me on the matchups and how they did against each team and what have you. I just know that Cleveland was, if the Mariners were as hot as they were, I mean, Cleveland was even hotter. So what Cleveland was able to do was crazy, and on the reverse, playing a team that was finding every way like the Angels were during '95, finding every way to lose and give it up. So, but both teams are really good, so it'll be interesting. It's going to be a good matchup no matter what.
What is it that makes you believe in this team?
I just think top to bottom, pitching without a doubt. Everybody's been talking about that for the last 3-4 years. And then I think the additions they added to get a guy with 40 plus and 100 plus in the middle of that lineup, playing some solid third base for you, and then Nails coming in and setting the attitude and stealing bags and turning this team into a complete different team on the base paths. And what his presence brings to the clubhouse, and Gino coming back, another familiar face that wanted to be back. They really, watching the clubhouse and the way they pull for one another, man, they're a close-knit group, and they fight for one another, man. They show up ready to play. I love everything about them.
So, okay, I'm trying to remember who the guest was that we had on, I don't know, about a month ago or so, maybe a little over a month ago, that said, you asked him, gosh, how do you know if your team is locked in? How do you know if they're focused? And that very esteemed, brilliant guest out of Texas said, well, the rest of the league will tell you. When everyone else is starting to talk about you and everybody else is looking at you, Mr. Buhner, you told us that 5-6 weeks ago, and holy cow, I think the whole league looked at these Mariners over the month of September and said, I don't know if I want to face these guys.
Well, no. I mean, you add to the mix, some guys in there to fill a little bit of the void, a little cog, and some offense and some presence and some veterans and guys with playoff experience and guys with attitude, and they add to that. It's a scary matchup. They really are. Their lineup. They can beat you from 1 to 9. They can hit the ball out of the ballpark. They can steal a bag, every single guy. They rely on the long ball, but they were just double machines for a while there too. And it's a lot of fun to watch them when they get on the base paths and then they steal a bag, start putting more pressure pitches on the pitcher, start creating havoc. And then the pitching staff is gonna shove for sure, and then their bullpen has been lights out for them. It's a hell of a combination they got going right now, and a lot of adrenaline going, and a lot of confidence going. And I get the feeling that if they lose a ball game, they run out of outs. That's kind of the thinking they have, and they come back the next day and they flush it, and they just go right back to battling. It's really awesome to watch them.
I'm a little disappointed in you, to be honest, Jay. I don't mean to call you out here on the radio, but I am a little disappointed in you. Mariners had a scrimmage yesterday. Ichiro was in right field. I kind of thought maybe you'd fly in, 61 years old, and play for the other. Like, you didn't want to come in and try to one-up Itchy?
No. Itchy can still go play, man. He's in great shape, keeps himself in great shape. I'm in pretty darn good shape myself, but, you get out there and next thing you know, they start playing the banjo on the back of your hammy, or, rotator baked potato goes bye-bye, or, the Knieg basically blowout. It's a blowout waiting to happen. And so I know my limitations, and I'm just not going to come out there and pull a fat muscle trying to hit one out of the ballpark.
Well, thankfully he didn't hit.
Ain't gonna happen.
He just played a little right field, but he
didn't hit?
No, he didn't hit.
What the heck, man? That shocks me. He should have gone and had the home run derby out there. The guy he can still hit it out of the ballpark. He's amazing.
All right, maybe
he really is amazing.
He is. It's kind of shocking to watch. Maybe more
I know.
More relevant though, and more seriously. When I watch Josh Naylor, I just think that's got to be a guy you really like, and just like the way he plays, like the way he carries himself. What draws you to Josh Naylor? What sets him apart?
I think his body language, his swagger, and he's good, man. He checks all the boxes. He's just not a one-dimensional type player. He's really good over at first base. He can pick it. He's got great feet. He can steal a bag. He can hit for power. He can hit for average. And the biggest thing, like I mentioned earlier, is what he brings to that clubhouse, man. He brings a swagger and an attitude and accountability, and holds all those guys accountable for their actions, and that being the leader in him, and being a proven veteran. And everywhere he's gone, every team that he's been with have nothing but great things to say about him. So it'll be interesting to see what happens this offseason, where he ends up. Hopefully it's in a Mariner uniform, but wherever he goes, he's going to be an instant hit with that ball club, no doubt. He's a great person, super polite guy, but, he walks around with that scowl. He's got the game face on all the time, and, man, he shows up, steps across the line, he's coming after you. He's ready to step on a neck or two.
Did you guys have someone who had that level of scowl, that level of red ass all the time? Did you have someone like that?
We had a bunch of guys that were like that when it came to game time. I think Randy, without a doubt, was like that. Norm Charlton was like that. Chris Bosio was like that. Believe it or not, Junior was like that when it was game time. It was time to go. He had fun, but he was ready. Gar was like that. It might not have shown the same type of scowl, but man, it was definitely a game face for sure.
Fill in the blank for me, Jay. Playoff baseball is
the ultimate high. It really is, man. It's what you can't replace it. There's nothing like it. There's absolutely nothing like it. You work your butt off all winter and all year to hopefully get into playoff baseball. And when you do, it's amazing. The crowd, it's a complete different electricity. It's a complete different adrenaline rush. It's magic, man. There is nothing like it. And as you continue to win and move on, it gets crazier and crazier and crazier, and the crowds just get crazier, and the fans get crazier, and it's pretty awesome. But like I said, there's nothing like it, man. That feeling when you step out and it's game time and listening to the buzz and the fans going crazy, especially if like you're in New York City and they hate you and you kick their butt and they're screaming and yelling at you and throwing crap at you and singing songs about you, about how you're the biggest you-know-what in the world, and then you hit a home run off of them and you spin your glove on your middle finger at them. It's pretty darn awesome, man. There ain't nothing like it. Nothing like it.
How do you avoid, with all of that, you just said adrenaline and all of the energy and the ultimate high, how do you avoid almost getting too high, right? Because so much of baseball is about staying calm, staying within yourself. How do you balance those two parts of the game at the same time?
Oxygen is your best friend, man. It really is. Deep breaths. Make sure you breathe. Visualization, and just trusting that it's, that it's going to work out, man. But really and truly, it's sitting back, taking a deep breath from time to time, and just kind of trying to settle the nerves as much as you can. And, but it's just part of the deal, man. Part of it. That's the beauty of it, man, is when you get in that, you never know how the body's going to respond, and that's what makes it, when you can step up and come through for your team, makes it even that much more gratifying.
If they get this done, Bone, and they get to a World Series, something that's not happened yet in this organization, and they win it, the city could melt. It could just fall into itself. But who's the one dude that, I don't know, a couple weeks later, a month later, before spring training, that you would want to call up and say, hey, come down to the ranch. Let's go a little fishing. Let's go a little hog hunting. Let's go hang out. Let's go sit on the back porch. Who's the one Mariner on the roster, coach, player, whatever, that you would love to spend that time with after the fact?
You know what's really cool? All of them. All of them are that kind of peeps. I love all of them. They're a really special group. The coaching staff is fantastic. They work their butts off. They are there, and so, or like you guys, they're super early and just, making sure that team is ready to play. And there's going to probably be maybe one or two that show up. If we don't have the cabin winterized yet, because that means they went really long and really far into the postseason and win a World Series, which our fingers are crossed. But probably Cal would be one of them for sure, and Danny Boy. Sit back and have a cocktail on the porch and take it all in, rap about old times. There's nothing better than that.
Hey, how do you think Dan has grown as a manager this season?
I think he put himself in the running of manager of the year, man, without a doubt. First-year manager takes a team to the, wins their division. Hadn't done that in 24 years. I think that speaks for itself right there. I think the transition that he was able to make, I don't think there's too many people that could have come into our organization and basically picked right up, and the guys were all bought into and knew him and loved him. And I think his steady presence and his confidence and his communication skills are second to none, and he's just a great person. So I think his attitude, what he brings, I think the team, without a doubt, immediately knew that Danny had their back, and so I think he's been outstanding. And yes, I'm partial, but I think if you look at it all, what he's been able to do in a short amount of time is pretty impressive. I mean, because on paper we talked about they're a playoff team, but you still got to. I mean, look at the Mets this year. Look at a lot of teams that basically should have made it and don't make it. And Danny did it, man. So I tip my hat to him.
We've had a lot of time to chew on this over the course of the season, and baseball gives you those conversations, Jay. I'm just curious if, as you've watched it, you've got a son playing in it professionally as well. Like, do you think the grace and patience that Danny seems to have, like if you were to put me in the corner and say, hey, what do you think from afar? I'm not in that dugout, but what do you think his greatest attributes are? I think it's his patience and his grace. You call it having the back of guys.
Doubt.
Do you think that's as important now as it's ever been in the game?
For sure. And he played for one of the toughest to ever play for in Lou. I mean, Lou was extremely hard. Everybody knows he was hard on pitchers and catchers, and he was basically, I can't tell you how many times we had to sew Danny's ear back on because Lou had just absolutely chewed it off. And Danny was an all-star and one of the best receivers back there, one of the best catchers to ever put on a Mariner uniform. And even he got the wrath of Lou from quite a bit. Actually, not from time to time, quite a bit. And so for him to basically get through all that, and I think that he's learned a lot when to pick his poison, when to pick his spots. He's really good at judging guys' personalities. He's really good at knowing who to stroke and who to kick in the butt. And, that's a hidden talent, and he does it really, really well. But I think the biggest thing is his cool demeanor and the way he shows up steady every day. And always got a smile on his face and always super, super positive because he knows 162-day games, man. That's a long season. So there's going to be good days and there's going to be bad days, and it's just what you can do in between there. And I think he's done a great job.
7 managerial jobs open, Jay. I mean, Pujols to L.A. I mean, are we looking Buhner
just
to
all the
Texas?
Braves, right?
Buhner to the Rangers?
Yeah. Buhner to the Rangers, Buhner to the Braves, Buhner to, if Danny can do it, can't Jay do it?
Hell no. Hell no.
I don't think he could meet with the media every day and not get himself fined by the FCC.
Dude. I mean, I will tell you, that's the one thing that's another thing Danny does is every day he has to talk to the media. I don't know, 2-3 times, pregame, postgame.
You don't want to do that?
Dugout deal. No, because I tell one of you guys ask a stupid ass question, I tell you to pound sand. And that's just the way. I mean, I'm sorry.
Sound right.
You ask, be careful what you ask for. There's no way. There's no way I could do that.
Well, we're impressed. You made it through 15 minutes without getting us fined or anything like that. So thank you, Jay.
Well, I didn't drop the F truck.
No.
I mean, that seems to be the common word now with the Marlin Mariners. Somebody's got to drop the F truck, but kind of like F the wild card. I love that. Yeah. So that's all good.
Hey, you're just quoting Jake Taylor. It's fine. If you're quoting Major League, I think you can get away with just about anything. Jay, we appreciate it. Thank you. As always,
love you guys, man.
Enjoy this weekend. Should be a blast.
I'll see you guys. Make sure you come say hi, please, so I can punch you in the kidney.
Jeez, I'm already afraid. Now that I know you got Aaron too, and I'm worried about Angie, like I'm gonna stay clear. All right, Jay. There was Jay Buhner. We did tape that earlier, so we Brock, we were prepared for Jay. Like, we wanted to make sure that if we can, we tape with Jay just in case. You just never know what he's going to say. But it turned out okay.
As Morris said, I think the only clean interview we've ever done with Jay, it was the one we were taped where we could have bleeped it out. So, it was great.
Come on, Jay. Get it together. All right, that's Jay Buhner. Jeff Passan coming up at 8:30. Shannon Drayer at 9:30. Right now, some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can. Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, 3 good football questions, Brock. Let's start here. The Seahawks have been playing some good football. They've won 3 straight games. Is it sustainable?
Well, a couple of my buddies, and I would consider SVP and Stanford Steve, a couple of my buddies from my old ESPN days. I texted them late last night, knowing they're up late last night, Salt, because they had this to say in cut number 15 about these old Seahawks.
I like Seattle. Do you think they're good? Yeah. You love their defense, right?
I love their head coach and their defense.
they had a big lead and then ended up having to pull a rabbit out of the hat late to beat Arizona. Sam Darnold's a guy that I'm just going to always root for. Kind of like Baker, right? Baker was the number 1 pick. Sam's the 3rd pick.
Humbled really fast.
Doesn't go well in New York for him. Like, it didn't go great. It went better for Baker in Cleveland for a little bit, but then wheels fall off. And then Baker's found his forever home, clearly, in Tampa Bay. And Sam, maybe in Seattle, but I think they're good. I think that division's excellent.
Wouldn't it be remarkable if both Sam and Baker find their forever homes? Yeah, Baker was asked yesterday.
Homes. That just kills me, man. That is hilarious.
Yes. Asked yesterday about their time in Carolina. Did they talk about it, reflect about it? No,
actually,
not really.
No. Yeah.
Kind of a dumpster fire during our time there. And if you're Carolina, that is still searching for, I think, their forever quarterback. Salk, to think that those two guys were in your fold, in your organization, both move on. And, yeah, both SVP and Steve doubled down via text on that. And Stanford Steve pointing to all these numbers and all these metrics defensively that aren't just basically 4 weeks old. They're the second half of last season. They're a continuation of what they did, imposing their will. Yeah, and both big Sam Darnold fans, as frankly, I think a lot of folks in the media are. You know what he's not doing, Salk? He's not miming the media for 15 or 20 minutes in times of adversity.
That was weird.
Yeah, that was something Shador. So, yeah, both those guys double down on that comment. Big fans. And to your question about sustainable, when you play great defense and you get good quarterback play in the NFL, there's nothing more sustainable than those two things.
All right, question number 2. We were talking through this Thursday night matchup between the Niners and the Rams. Who should Seahawks fans be rooting for?
I think they should be, I mean, they can root for whoever they want, and either team getting a second loss is not a bad deal. Honestly, I'm rooting, and my eyes are looking at the 49ers, wondering and feeling like they're the 15-16 Seahawks. Just, and you know, KJ Wright is right there. Coach K is the linebacker coach for San Francisco. Coach K was right there as a Seattle Seahawk when we tried to think that they were still in their prime. We tried to talk like they were in their prime. Brock Purdy gets his contract, just like Russell Wilson got his big contract in 15. Guys start to age out. Guys start to slow down. You move on from Debo, like the Seahawks moved on from a few, and it just they feel aged. They feel beat up. A bunch of them aren't going to play even tonight. Purdy's going to be out again tonight. Like, they just, I don't know, man. We tried to talk ourselves, remember those years? We tried to talk ourselves into thinking, no, we're still good. This is still the 12, 13, 14 Seahawks. But the 15, 16, 17 Seahawks were not. And that's kind of what San Francisco is feeling like to me. Fred Warner's still elite. There's still some really good players. But their older players are starting to look really old. And with paying Brock Purdy, you don't have the resources spread around to the whole depth of your roster. I think the Rams beat them, and I think they beat them pretty significantly.
All right, question number 3. Okay, weird. As you're looking at offensive line, Brock, here with the Seahawks in 2025. What is that? What's going on there?
What's going on back there?
Where's that coming from? What's going on? Whoa, all right, here we go.
Wow.
We're having some
I know your heart rate's up for playoffs. I know your heart rate's up.
Brock, talk to me about the offensive line and what we're seeing with the Seahawks this year.
Well, I'll give you 2 little metrics here. Do you know who's number 1 in run block win rate percentage in the NFL? That would be your, based on ESPN's grading, that would be your Gray Zabel at 85%. All of these next level numbers, I love it. I love everybody trying to kind of make their market, Salk, and trying to make their mark in, like, okay, what are new ways I can break down the offensive line and their run, win rate percentage and their movement percentage and their this and their that and their average yard per carry and behind them. And some of it's a little
much.
I think it's a little much. A play gets cut back, or do you know exactly what the blocking was or exactly what the double team was supposed to be? I don't know. But you get enough folks kind of throwing enough numbers at it, and you look at the big picture of it, and Gray Zabel's off to a phenomenal start, and as is the Seahawks offensive line pass blocking rate, Salk. Like, this is not, remember the groups that would rank them going into the year? I think even PFF going into the year ranked the Seahawks offensive line as 31st, 32nd. They're not playing anywhere near that. Pass set rate is another one I saw. I think Hawkblogger retweeted this. The Seahawks are 11th in the league. And just kind of your eyes, watching all this football, looking at bad offensive lines. This is not a bad offensive line. It's not in that grouping anymore.
But they got to start getting some push in the running game.
More consistently, they do.
Brock, they got to start getting more push in there. I mean, those plays that didn't get off the ground, those are not just on the running backs.
No, they're not.
They got a little more consistent push.
They do. But this isn't what we've watched in the past.
That is also true.
And the numbers are backing that up.
They are more competitive. That is today's Blue 88. We do that every morning, of course, at 7:45. Excuse me. The Mariners need you, Brock, at T-Mobile Park this week to help them prepare for the ALDS. Be there. Bring the energy for the postseason scrimmage at 5 o'clock tonight. Tickets $10 on sale at mariners.com/scrimmage, although I thought they might have even been sold out for tonight. So maybe you can try to get over there still, but I thought that they were sold out for tonight.
I saw something saying all 5,000 were sold out.
All right. Well,
Adam Jude said that.
Okay, so maybe it's too late. I'm sorry to tease it if it's
maybe you can go to Cleveland, by the way.
Yeah,
Cleveland's not selling out their stadium for their playoff games.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how small Progressive. It looks big on TV.
Was it 35,000?
35,000, and they've had 26 in there.
That's what Fenway is. About 35,000.
Yeah, that feels about right though.
Yeah.
That is such a little tiny stamp in it. Yes, in it. Yeah, I don't know.
Cleveland's not that big a place. Like maybe it kind of works out better to not have it be too big.
Surprise you that they have not sold that place out, not even close to it.
Yeah, a little bit, but I don't know. Baseball had a pretty good year in terms of attendance and rating, so I don't know what to make.
That's not a shot on baseball.
No,
that's like the diehard Cleveland sports fan that's always getting pooped on and believe land and
maybe they need to see the team beat Detroit before they're going to start to believe. We had you guys leaving us messages all week long for Here's the Thing. We'll play them for you next on Brock and Salk.
Touchdown Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 54, Bobby Wagner, linebacker, one of the finest of his generation. He set just about every tackling record that can be set. He was the heart and soul of one of the best defenses to ever play in the National Football League.
The Seahawks go for a fourth straight win, hosting Tampa Bay Sunday before the 12s. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Too many breakup songs getting you down? Put a little bossa nova in the playlist. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Get a good-to-go pass to save $2 every time you use it, and on other toll roads in Washington.
Seattle Sports on YouTube.
It's amazing.
Have you subscribed? Brock and Salk.
Baseball, man.
Bump and Stacy.
There is always fire.
Wyman and Bob. Phenomenal. Streaming the local sports leader live on YouTube. Seattle Sports.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to do you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, Jeff Passan, a special Thursday appearance for Jeff coming up in a half hour. Shannon Drayer at 9:30 and Morris Fantasy Forecast, of course, at 9:45 this morning. If you've got fantasy questions for Mora, you can text them in to 866-979-3776 as you get ready to figure out who to start this week, and Mora will help you out. So send her a text at 866-979-3776. She's been busy, Brock. Not only does Mora cut up all the sound, give you all your fantasy advice, help us put the show together every day, but she's also been putting together all the messages you guys left for Here's the Thing.
Brock Ewert doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, let's jump right in with Trevor.
So here's the thing. How does Brock not know the word badonkadonk when it's in a very popular country music song? And I thought he liked country music. But here it goes for you, Brock. Okay. Poor old boy, it ain't his fault. It's so hard not to stir at that honky-tonk badonkadonk. Keeping perfect rhythm make you want to swing along. Got it going on like Donkey Kong. And woo-wee, shut my mouth, slap your grandma. There ought to be a law, get the sheriff on the phone. Lord have mercy, how'd she even get them britches on that honky-tonk? Badonkadonk.
No.
Go Mariners.
Slap your grandma? What is going on in country music, man?
That can't be right.
Sounds right.
Like on her badonkadonk?
Let's hope
like
not.
you just slap Granny on her badonkadonk?
I'm looking at the lyrics. That's right.
Please don't do that. Whatever you do not smack your grandma.
You know, I miss slapping a good badonkadonk. Like the center, Jack Woodman back in the day.
What?
Let him know I'm coming under
I'm just going to go to the next one, bro. We're just going to go to Patrick. This is Patrick.
Mike Judge should be considered with Gino, not with Cal. Cal is making a season. Mike Judge is even with Eugenio Suarez right now.
Patrick, lay off the sauce, buddy. Also, Mike Judge did Beavis and Butthead in Office Space. I think you're looking for
I was
Aaron.
listening to it. I'm like, who's Mike Judge?
You think he's warm?
Well, no, I don't know. But he's definitely slurring his words, so that can be an indicator. I think he'd have trouble passing a sobriety test.
Uh-huh.
Let's see what Beverly says.
Hi, this is Beverly
Hi,
calling
Beverly.
from Dordrecht in the Netherlands. I want you to know that I've been getting up every morning at like 3 or 4 a.m. to listen to the Mariner games. Thank you so much. I'm headed home today, so hopefully I'll catch a game. Go M's.
You know what they say, Brock.
If you ain't Dutch,
you ain't much.
You ain't much, brother.
Wow, guys.
This is a playoff edition. Here's
Sure
the thing
is.
here.
I told you it's all over the map today. It's eccentric.
See what Adam's got.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Salk.
Yeah.
Has anyone told you that as you're getting older, you're starting to look like Arliss? And I realize Lyle has no idea who that is.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. Robert Wool.
I had to look it up.
Yeah. Also he's also in Bull Durham.
Like Arliss?
Yeah,
Arliss?
Robert Wool, W-U-H-L. A little bit, yeah. I mean, I've gotten a little Jimmy Kimmel in my day as well.
W-U-H-L. Okay, let's see.
Robert Wool.
Oh.
You know, he's the lollygagger guy. What does that make him? Lollygaggers. Yeah, that's right. I know. I don't know. I don't know if that's really me.
No.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Brock. Thank you. That's nice. Let's see. Joe in Boise has something else for me.
This is Joe in Boise.
Yep.
Here's the thing. During the Mike McDonald show last week, Brock said that he feels like 60 yards is the new 50 yards for NFL kickers. Well, feel is the realm of the enumerate. Lyle, you can ask Mike what enumerate means. So I'm calling with some actual data. In the last 5 years, NFL kickers have made 38% of their kicks over 60 yards.
Wow.
You have to go back almost 20 years to the period between 2004 and 2008 to find a similar make percentage. Back then, kickers made 41% of their kicks between 55 and 60 yards. So said another way, in the last 20 years, NFL kickers have gotten about 5 yards longer.
Thank you.
All right.
Kind of fits my feel.
Kind of. I mean, it's not quite the new 60's
No,
not
not
quite the new 50, but I don't think you were saying it's exact. Just that, the game has changed a lot.
I mean, back in the day, honestly, like, oh my gosh, can we make a 50-yard field goal? Like when we would do our drills in the early 2000s or whatever, you're just trying to set up for a 50-yard field goal. And now there's a bunch of these guys that you're just setting up once you're inside 60 or 60, you're totally in range.
Totally crazy. Here's David.
Here's the thing, boys. I just watched G. Scott with you guys. What is it? Monday morning. Hilarious. I'm calling in because I'm an old man living out in the woods in a little cabin, no heat or anything. I've been in an auto accident. I'm just in intense pain all the time. But I just want to thank you for making me really, really laugh. That's just, G's the best, and so is Brock, and so are you, Salky. And I just wanted to give you guys a shout out and say thanks for making me laugh when I needed it. Oh, I want to say too, our B team is an A team in any other city. I'm talking about you, Maura, and Brady, and even Lyle.
Oh,
just kidding. Davey out.
Davey out.
All right, Davey. Thanks.
So, Davey, I got a friend, Dr. Nelson, if you're living in pain.
We got some more.
823-4000.
We got some more for Lyle. Let's see what Jared has to say to him.
Here's the thing. I need to see Lyle's birth certificate. I know he claims to be like 27 years old or 26 years old or whatever, but I don't believe him. I think he's a 12 or a 13-year-old. I think he's either 12 or 13 years old. The fact that he could be so whiny and so petulant about the Mariners throughout the entire regular season, and we come to this point where the Mariners are better than we've ever seen them in our lifetimes. I'm talking to you, Lyle. I'm nearly your same age. And you won't apologize. You won't admit to any wrongdoing. Dude, I don't believe that you're my age. I think you're like either 12 or 13 years old because that is childish.
Wow. How do you feel about that?
I said I admitted some wrongs the other day.
It took barely. You barely did that. There's a lot more.
Did you ever admit when you were wrong to mom and dad, to Jay?
About what?
Anything.
Like when you were wrong, when you screwed up.
Sometimes.
You ever ask for forgiveness?
Sometimes.
You ever say, hey, I was really wrong on that one? I was an idiot?
I think someone accused you of sounding like their 11-year-old last week, too. There's an age range going on here.
Lyle's a petulant tween. Like a petulant tween. All right, here's Richard.
You'll fly. You can see any game you want. Super Bowl, main college football matches. You just hover above the stadium.
All right, thank you, Richard. That's really helpful. Thank you. And thank you, Maura, for making sure that was on the sheet. Thank you for
It made
that.
me laugh. Like, that's such a random thought. If you can fly,
That's
you
nice.
can watch any
I think
game.
what we're learning is
a
playoff
lot.
baseball is brought a lot of warmth to
Yeah,
people.
a lot of warmth. Let's try Brent.
Here's the thing. It is I, Brenta, the wicked witch of the Northwest. I'm going to hex the Mariners unless the Brock and Salk cast meet the following list of demands. Michael Salk, you must go to a fancy 12-course dinner with Steve Sarkeesian and Richard Sherman and live stream the whole ordeal. And Brock, I want you to say 10 naughty, naughty swear words, and you're not allowed to go to church for a week afterwards. Maura, you must tattoo your hands to resemble 2 large, terrifying spiders. And Niall, I want your pillow and blankie. So that's it. Mariners are doomed unless you meet these demands. The ball's in your court.
Wow. Your pillow and blanket, Lyle.
Wow.
You have a blankie or binky?
Do you want me to lie and say yes?
No, I want the truth. Did you have a special blanket or animal in your life as a kid?
Oh, Brock means when I was younger. I thought he meant I thought he meant
think,
now.
I think the follow-up question is going to be, and do you still have it?
No.
No? You never had one as a kid? You were a blanket person, not a stuffed animal person. I can tell. You're definitely a blanket person.
Yes. Did you bring
don't
your
even
blankie
remember.
to college like
Please.
Anthony Misen did? Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
But you were a blanket person, not a stuffed animal person. Here's Craig to finish it out.
Here's the thing. There are 2 kinds of men in the world, just 2. Those that can grow a mustache upon their face, and those that can't, that are unable. And you can tell which kind of man you're dealing with just by looking at him, son. Explaining the power of the mustache to the sort of man that can't, who is unable, it's a fruitless venture. But ask American League West what happens when the team captain starts stepping into the batter's box, mustache first, from both sides of the plate. You put a mustache on a leader, and you've got decisive, unwavering leadership. You've heard it said to believe in Soto Mojo and the power and the magic of refuse to lose. And I say to you, those things are still true to this day, but I have a new message, a message for you to take you to the promised land. Fear the mustache, my son. Fear the mustache.
Wow.
Strong.
Quite a batch this week. Thank you. A lot of texts coming in.
We didn't even get to Zane arresting
Zane.
the bathtub police arresting Brock.
That sounds fine. I think I'm okay
Sorry.
with not getting to that. Here's the thing. It's just become the roast of Lyle Goldstein. That's true. Dude came off the top rope just to smash Lyle. Yes. A new demographic for the show, the Lyle Truther. And then someone who says, haha, Salk never admits when he's wrong either. I got to tell you, that's not true. I admit when I'm wrong all the time. In fact, I have a lot of faults. Many, 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 many faults. I don't think you could put that as one of my faults. What do you think, Brock?
No.
Do I
would
admit
agree
when
with
I'm
that.
wrong?
Sometimes it takes a little arm twisting. Sometimes it takes dear friends of yours. Sometimes you start to leave voicemails and you realize, you know what? I'm wrong on this one. But yes, I think that is absolutely a strength of yours.
How about the
Lyle?
206 who just says some of these people are very, very odd?
I told you it was a weird batch.
Yes.
The Guardians take Game 2 of the best-of-3 wild card series over the Tigers.
And Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. 3-run homer.
Today, it's a do-or-die Game 3 between the Tigers and Guardians. Awaiting the winner,
here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series, Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about my litany of sports injuries over the years. I do know a little bit about pain, but you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis, they affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. In fact, that guy that left a message for us who's just living in pain, if you find yourself in that position, it's affecting your quality of life, then you've got to reach out to my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine right over there in Kirkland. He has seen so many of you suffering from chronic joint pain, so don't let pain stop you from enjoying your life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience. That's right, over 3 decades of experience in pain medicine techniques. It's been his passion and heart from the beginning, and now his tool bag, well, includes everything from platelet-rich plasma to stem cell therapy. He's got you covered. Give him a phone call this morning if you're living in that kind of pain. 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots and not getting the long-term results you really want? This is Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our program has helped over 4,000 people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Visit eastsideweightlossclinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Did he just say Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is half the cost and works twice as fast as weight loss injections? Well, if that's not reason enough, you don't risk the scary side effects or gaining the weight back as soon as you stop. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is natural, and it works.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations, and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. The spouse says, "Thank you. I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. And bidding is underway now. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Saturday, October 4th through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, this is working out really well for the Mariners as they wait to see who their opponent will be for the ALDS. It means that those two teams, Cleveland and Detroit, just keep throwing more and more pitchers who are not going to be available to start game 1 of the ALDS on Saturday. They've already used up 2, and today they'll go with their third. Jack Flaherty and Slade Ciccone set to start, Brock, after the Guardians kind of just poured it on late. Didn't do a whole lot early, but a couple of big hits, including a huge home run from Josh's brother.
Lefty with his back to him delivers, and Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. Perez back. 3-run homer. 6-1 Cleveland.
It may not have been full there, Brock, but it was still pretty loud.
Yes. Did I hear our esteemed 12-year-old Lyle during break? One of these breaks tell you that Josh Naylor was traded to Arizona for
Slade Ciccone,
the guy that's going to start today.
Yeah.
So there's a little Mariner angle to that one beyond just Bo Naylor. Do you honestly now, after watching these two teams, have any sort of rooting interest? I think watching these two teams again.
I was rooting for Cleveland yesterday.
Our esteemed 12-year-old, I think, is right on this.
Yeah.
I think you'd rather see Cleveland.
I don't know, man.
Even as hot as they are. Just over a 5-game series, maybe not in a 3
Detroit
or certainly not a 1.
seems to be intent on destroying their own season. I don't know.
They got more guys that can do more things. They had 15 opportunities with runners in scoring position to finish the game yesterday.
The Guardians scored 2 runs in
But
7
you could look
innings.
at that the other way and say they had so many of those chances, and the Guardians pitching took them out of it. What's the Mariners' big problem? They don't hit with runners in scoring position very well. You want to be facing the Guardians' bullpen that's pretty darn good in those situations? I think there's an argument either way. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you guys, but I don't know if it's as simple as that. Also, yesterday, the Padres get a big home run from Manny Machado. They win. They get 104.5-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike from Mason Miller. Ridiculous. Red Sox blow it and just don't play clean baseball. They lose to the Yankees, and the Dodgers take care of business. They win Game 2.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, the Mariners are resting. They're playing scrimmages at home. Dan Wilson excited about the fact that they're just getting to chill out.
Yeah, I think the day off, day and a half off was really good for a lot of guys, and especially the guys that were nursing a little bit of something here or there. So I think in terms of that. I think we're in much better shape than we were towards the end of the season. So it's good that these guys were able to get this break. I think the bye week, you can say all you want about it, but I do think in terms of some of our guys, getting that rest was big.
I think for Naylor in particular, right? You got a little dinged up, and I think Robles, still a little dinged up, and Cal, obviously, the marathon and all that he carried through the course of the season. I'd probably put those 3 as maybe the most benefited by this time off, and should feel pretty darn rested and ready to go Saturday.
Robles' legs were working, though, yesterday. He was able to win that salmon race. Wanted to make sure that...
Did he dress up as one, or did he
I think he just went out and ran, I believe. We'll talk to Shannon about that at 9:30.
All the details.
I think he wanted to ensure that Humpy never won, so he got out there.
Did Humpy not win one race?
Not
all
one?
year?
Yeah, poor Humpy.
What?
I know.
That doesn't feel Seattle-esque.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Funny. Well, it's going to be a crazy Sunday here in Seattle. Seattle-esque or not, Brock. We've talked a lot about the Mariners. Seahawks will get the early game at 1 o'clock, and they're reasonably healthy looking at that injury report, certainly compared to the 15 names on the Bucks list. DeMarcus Lawrence probably the biggest concern. Brady was asking and badgering Mike McDonald about him.
Just to be clear on Lawrence, that doesn't sound like it's an IR, like IR is in play, right?
No, not right now. It's day-to-day right now with D-Law.
Brady got a little awkward pause, just like we did.
Sure did. You know, it's kind of a bummer, and it's just scheduling and planning, and you have to do it well in advance. Kind of a bummer for the top 50 Seahawks legend players that are all coming back to celebrate 50 years and the throwbacks and everything. And the real big story is right across the street.
I mean, that's true, but during that 3 hours, they are going to be the biggest story. I mean, thankfully, there's no actual conflict between the two games.
True.
They'll definitely be a big story. Like, we may not be as focused on it leading up to it, but once you get there,
oh yeah,
I think it'll be just fine. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Jeff Passan, a rare Thursday appearance to talk through what we've seen so far and what to expect next. It's coming up on Brock and Salk, your home for the Mariners pennant push, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Well, I've been telling you guys for a while now about the new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and this weekend is a perfect time to get out there and check out the new sports bar, 66 televisions. They got unbelievable food, a whole indoor-outdoor thing, so you're able to see the beautiful views all the while staying protected from the elements. It's going to be a great spot with all the sports in Seattle this weekend. So find yourself a way to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, still 30 minutes from downtown. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at MBAHealthTrust.com. That's MBAHealthTrust.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising on a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Over 20 Mustangs must be given away. 2 nights only, October 14th and 15th. Get 1 free entry daily. Earn additional entries just by playing your favorite games. It's the biggest car giveaway in the Northwest. Mustang Madness at Emerald Queen Casino and Hotel. Don't miss the grand finale drawings October 14th and 15th. Over 20 Mustangs are up for grabs and must be claimed. Mustang Madness, only at Emerald Queen Casino and Hotel, Tacoma and Fife, the entertainment capital of the Northwest, where excitement lives.
From the Quantum Fiber Studios, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, so cool to be able to do this as the Mariners wait to see their playoff opponent. The first couple days of the postseason, the wild card round, I think have been incredible, Brock. I've really enjoyed just sitting in front of the TV watching baseball nonstop. Jeff Passan's been doing it from the studios in Bristol, and he joins us right now for a rare Thursday appearance. Good morning, Jeffrey. How are you?
I am great, gentlemen. How are you?
You should be, man. I think this has been a phenomenal start to the playoffs, right?
Oh, it's been so good. There's just a lot of really good baseball being played right now, and especially a lot of good pitching. Like the pitching that first day, you can isolate it to starters. You can isolate it to left-handers. I mean, that day we had Tarek Skubal, 7 2/3, 14 strikeouts. Max Fried, 6 1/3 shutout. Blake Snell, 7 innings, 9 strikeouts. Garrett Crochet, 7 2/3, 11 strikeouts, no walks. Like, I'm sorry, the starting pitcher's not bad. And you see something like that, and it's like, oh, so maybe the Mariners' strength can still be a strength in October. Maybe starting pitching can still exist this month.
Can you take me behind the scenes and Salky? What's going on? How are you guys watching this? Remember back in the day, Salky did like radio, and I think didn't you walk in the NFL countdown room?
I was doing countdown to kickoff with Michael Smith leading up, which was the pregame show, and so afterwards we'd go watch in the NFL war room, which was insane. Chris Berman and TJ and Mort just holding court. It was so cool. Is that what it's like for you guys?
Yes, it's me. Kevin Connors is our host. Xavier Scruggs, former big leaguer, one of the analysts, and Hunter Pence is in this week. And what I've learned about Hunter Pence this week is that that man likes coffee. Like, there were a couple of times, because the first day, they're long days. We're getting in on the days with 4 games, we're getting in at like 10, and we're not leaving until we're getting in at like 10 a.m., not leaving until 1:15 or so. So it's I mean, we can whistle and say, "Oh, we're watching baseball," so it's not exactly like we're doing hard labor here. But every couple hours, Hunter was like, "I need a coffee. I need energy. I need to keep going." And so I just brought a literal box of Dunkin' Donuts coffee to the office yesterday, and felt like I was being a good teammate.
And it's not like he played in the old caffeinated coffee, the old leaded coffee era of baseball, right? So that's real coffee, right?
Yes, that is real coffee, but let's not discount the leaded coffee. For those who don't understand that, there used to be 2 pots of coffee in big league clubhouses. One of them labeled in one way or another leaded and the other unleaded. The unleaded was caffeinated coffee, not decaf, and the leaded was loaded with amphetamines. Which for a long time in baseball was just completely acceptable and standard operating procedure. So yeah, that is not an exaggeration. That is literally what it used to be.
And we can explain to Lyle that
banned.
leaded and unleaded is how you used to have to ask for your gas if you want to go back even farther to where the reference comes from. All right, so Jeff, we've been watching obviously with not just one eye but multiple eyes on this Cleveland-Detroit series. So let's start there. What have you learned about those 2 teams and how they could match up against the Mariners in round 2?
I don't want to be the person who necessarily says that the Seattle Mariners are going to run through both of these teams, right? That has absolutely, though, been the feeling that I'm getting, that the Mariners are just better, and that the Guardians and Tigers are essentially exhausting themselves and their bullpens just to try and get to the next round. And you can say the same for the Yankees and the Red Sox. Even the Dodgers, they've gotten 7 innings from Blake Snell and Yoshinobu Yamamoto, so it's not like their bullpen is taxed. But they had to throw a lot of pitchers in the 8th and 9th innings because we're not sure if anyone in their bullpen is really all that good. So as much as I think that there is a benefit to playing in the wild card round and getting into October and going into that next series pushed by the momentum of having won one already and going against, on top of that, guys who've just been sitting around, and regardless of whatever inner squad we play, I'm sorry, but that does not come close to replicating what a playoff game is like. So the teams that have the bye are coming in cold. But I personally think that whatever disadvantage you have from sitting for those days, you gain advantage, A, by resting, and B, by your opponent going out and exhausting themselves and putting themselves in a compromised position where, let's say it's Detroit, Tarek Skubal's not going to start until game 2. And that is a big advantage, I think, because the Tigers at that point are going to need to push it to game 5 in order for Skubal to go out a second time.
Mm-hmm. So just generally, historically speaking, Jeff, which team would you rather see? And because I think in this case, Detroit is the overall better roster. They've expressed that and expressed it for, like 160 games, second half of last year and first 100 games of this year. I think that's a better roster, but Cleveland, the much hotter team. Just historically, if you're the Mariners, would you rather face the less talented but hotter team or the more talented but maybe not quite as hot a team?
I think hot matters more than talent in October. That's weird for me to say because you guys know I've established, I think, pretty consistently on this show that I go for talent above all else. But in October, that goes out the window a little bit. I think the answer is I would rather go with the team I would rather face a team that's exhausted. And I think that the Guardians are probably going to be a little more exhausted, especially if you look at what their bullpen has to do. Their bullpen is their greatest strength. And if their pen is is worn down, and it might be after the wild card series, well, you got to turn around for a day, fly across the entire country, and go face a team that is good at working counts and is good at getting at starting pitchers. And then you just chip away, and Stephen Vogt at that point is I think going to be scrambling. This entire October for the Guardians and the Tigers, however long it lasts, is going to be a scramble drill. And you can win that way. The chances are just significantly diminished to do so, I think.
So both of those two teams will have thrown their top three pitchers, and none of those six, or three per team, would be available for game one on Saturday. So depending on who wins today, who would the Mariners likely face in game one for Detroit or for Cleveland?
I mean, for Detroit, it's probably going to be Cater Montero. And for Cleveland, I would imagine it would be Joey Cantillo. And of those two, Cantillo's been awesome, and Montero's just been sort of workmanlike. So I think in terms of starting pitching, the Guardians definitely have the advantage there. The Tigers are just scrounging. I thought maybe Troy Melton, rookie, would get the nod, but Troy Melton's the one who gave up the home runs to Brian Rocchio, 2 doubles to Stephen Kwan and Daniel Schneemann, and another home run to Bo Naylor yesterday, and essentially blew the game for. I don't know if he gave up the Naylor home run, but he put the Tigers in position to lose yesterday. So I don't think Troy Melton's going to be the guy. But Montero's fine. The big thing is they would have Skubal back for 2, and then because of the way the schedule is, they would play Sunday, off Monday for travel, games Tuesday, Wednesday, off Thursday for travel, and then Skubal would be on full rest for game 5.
But in theory, let's say the Tigers come away victorious today. In theory, the Mariners could win in 4. Well, you could win a series without ever having to beat Skubal.
Yes, that is correct.
Right? I mean, because he can't start game 1 unless they really want him to go on short rest.
No, he's not. I can't imagine. I mean, Tarek Skubal is a bad mamma jamma. But he's also going to be a free agent after next season. And the notion of him going and starting on short rest in game 1 when he's lined up to go full rest twice in the series, I just think if this were a different schedule, and whether because of off days or otherwise, he was lined up only once, and that moving him up would allow him to pitch twice in the series, then yeah, I think that's something that they might consider. But the way it's lined up right now, I have a hard time believing that they're going to.
Especially because in order to make it work, everyone would have to move up, right? Like it's not just him. Otherwise, then you're starting. It just. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
It doesn't. I think, Mike, that wouldn't matter because Skubal's the guy who everyone else works around. He is the son of their universe.
When Jeff Passan tunes in to whoever the Mariners are going to play on Saturday, and you watch the Seattle Mariners in this American League Division Series at home as AL West champs for the first time in 25 years, what will Jeff Passan's eyes be watching for, Seattle specifically?
60 feet, 6 inches from the plate, who's standing on the pitcher's mound? Is it Brian Wu? And look, today's a big day, right? I mean, he's throwing today, and I think that's gonna suggest whether he's able not just to be on the roster, but to get the game 1 start, or if they postpone it and save him for game 3 and give him a couple extra days of rest. I think that to me is the burning question. But if I'm the Mariners right now, I feel pretty good going into this series. I feel like this is a roster that can win a World Series, and I'm not sure that there's anything that's going to, especially in the division series round, going to dissuade me from that. Once we get to the LCS, I think it's going to be a little different. Toronto, New York, and Boston, whoever among those 3 emerges from that, is going to be a much more talented team and a much more dangerous team and a much better lineup, at least in the case of the Yankees and Blue Jays. The Red Sox, not so much, but the Red Sox, I think I would take the Red Sox offense over Detroit's or Cleveland's, and I would frankly take the Yankees pitching and Toronto's pitching as well. Boston to me is the third of those three teams, but Toronto or New York is a real roadblock, and it's going to be a real series if the Mariners advance to the ALCS.
Trying to remember, you were out here in 22 for the extended inning game against the Astros. Were you out here for that playoff
I
game?
sure was.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
I was there for. What I remember coming out of that series, and especially at the World Series that year, is Astros players saying that the Mariners were the best team that they played, and looking at that Mariners team and this Mariners team, this one is so much better. Right?
There's no doubt roster-wise and how, especially since the trade deadline. Yeah, the only challenge to fully agreeing with that 100% is just that this pitching staff has not pitched as well as that one did. I think they still have the same level of talent, upside, all the rest, but they just haven't done it the way that one did. And that, I was kind of writing about this yesterday. Like, you said the pitching's been great, the starting pitching isn't dead. You're right, except in the games where it is. Right? Like, it's just sort of been one or the other. Either the guys you mentioned go 7+, or Alex Cora is like, yeah, no, we're good after 2. Thanks, Brian Bayo. We'll see you later. Like
Mike Schultz is like, thanks, Dylan Cease. You've thrown us 3 2/3 shutout, but we like our relievers better.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that I don't think the Mariners are going to have the luxury of. I think the back end of their bullpen is really, really good, and I think it is trustworthy. But there are elements to the postseason and relief usage now that I look at, and I'm like, I don't think that clubs use relievers the right way. I think that they expose them, and that as much as the third time through the order penalty exists for starting pitchers, and for those who don't know what that is, hitters' numbers spike dramatically when they face a starting pitcher for the third time, which is one of the reasons, if not the main reason, that you see starting pitchers yanked as early as you do now. San Diego can do that and can go and throw Adrian Morejon for 2 1/3 and Mason Miller for 1 2/3 of the nastiest stuff you're ever going to see. Like, Mason Miller yesterday was an absolute absurdity, and that was so much fun to watch. Like, dotting different corners of the zone, 103 up and into a right-hander, 104 down and away to a right-hander, which was one of the nastiest pitches I've ever seen. A slider up and in against a left-hander at 90 miles per hour and hitting the corner of the zone. I mean, it's not just the stuff. It's not just the velocity. It's Mason Miller's ability to put it somewhere. And so you go to him and then finish with Robert Suarez, and all of a sudden those 5 1/3 innings that were staring at you, the bullpen's just carved through. The Mariners don't have that. I think you're going to get Andres Munoz for an inning. I think you're going to get Matt Brash for an inning. I think you're going to get Gabe Spire, maybe Edward Bizzardo. Like, they're good. And I enjoy watching Carlos Vargas pitch. Like, the Mariners have some arms, but I would not look at the bullpen and say that is a distinct strength of theirs.
Yeah, I would agree. Just I don't enjoy watching Vargas. It's too wild a ride. So the stuff is great. It
is. The stuff is so good though, man. And maybe this is more like we're gonna really appreciate Carlos Vargas in 2027 or 28 when he's had a couple of years under his belt and the stuff is playing. So he's pushed himself into a leverage role, but I just see how good it can be, and it's like that's what you need. The difference, Brock, between teams that win the World Series for me and teams that don't, it's one of two things. Either your superstar has a out of his mind series, or those coin flip guys end up on the side that you called. And I feel like Carlos Vargas is a coin flip guy, where if he's in 4 or 5 outings this postseason and you get 3 or 4 good ones out of that, then that, you stack those on top of each other, and that's how a World Series is won.
Well, this is so much stinking fun talking playoff baseball and all of the machinations and everything that goes with it. But I do have to ask, if you were to, and you sit there and you banter with the folks in ESPN land and folks in baseball, If you were to say right now, Jeffrey, a better, more likely chance of happening, Cal Raleigh wins the MVP, Dan Wilson wins Manager of the Year.
Cal Raleigh wins MVP.
You feel the momentum for that? It feels like it's shifted back and forth and back and forth. The narratives have gone back and forth, and even the odds, I think, in Vegas have gone a little bit back and forth. The votes are all in now, right? These voters don't get to vote based on the playoff competition, or the votes all in?
That is correct.
Votes are in, and as you sit here today, what's your gut say? I saw your sound. I think I saw sound of you saying over the last week that you would. It's really tight and it's impossible, and you'd love a co-MVP. But ultimately, some of the sound I heard was at least still leaning Judge. Do you think in the end that's ultimately what happens?
I think Judge hit like 400 and slugged 900 and had more home runs than anyone over the last month. And Cal did some great things, but I think the momentum. Numbers-wise is on Judge's side. The momentum narrative-wise is still with Cal, and I have no idea how this one is going to turn out. I do think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be like 23-7 in terms of first-place votes. I think it'll be, 16, 14, 17, 13, 18, 12, maybe 15, 15, and you get co-MVPs. But a lot of people, I think, have made very compelling cases on both sides. And to me, there's no wrong here, because every time I look at it, and I have said Judge as much because I think it's important to be consistent. And I always ask myself, can I back up my beliefs in the game, my worldview of the game? Can I argue for it, and can I do so in a manner that's consistent? And I feel like me backing Aaron Judge goes back to Mike Trout versus Miguel Cabrera. The year that Miguel Cabrera won the Triple Crown, I thought Mike Trout was the better player, and I still think Mike Trout was the better player. And I look at the candidacies very similarly here. Cal Raleigh is doing something absolutely incredible. Hitting 60 home runs, period, is awesome. Doing so when playing catcher, even better. Doing so when playing catcher and not resting, mind-blowing. As good of a season as Cal Raleigh is capable of producing, but maybe sometimes you just run into guys whose ceilings are a little bit higher. And
you could argue that the other way, Jeff. I mean, I assume in this analogy you have Miguel Cabrera as Cal doing something unique and cool, but you could make the argument the other way of like, yeah, Miguel Cabrera had the stats, but what Mike Trout was doing was just flat out more valuable. And you could make that same argument the other way for Cal over Judge.
Can you go ahead and do that? Because I don't get what you're trying to say.
Well,
because if we're doing Mike, if we're doing this as a stats-based argument, right?
Okay, well, let's not get mad. Whoa, easy.
Mike, if we're doing this as a stats-based argument, please, by all means, convince me that Cal Raleigh's stats are better than Aaron Judge's.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to try. No, I would say
Judge
is the guy with the stats.
You can.
I'm not.
You can.
I get it. I know. I'm saying Judge would be the stats
guy.
Then
you trying to say that that Cal Raleigh can be Mike Trout in this situation is just, it's not
just
right.
That he'd be flat out more valuable, even if the stats didn't show it. That he was more valuable to his team.
No, but the whole argument is that value of the team is derived from numbers.
I see what you mean. Overall numbers. Okay, yeah, all right, I get that.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
yeah.
All right. So let's go. Let's be dorks for a minute.
All right,
jeez. Yeah.
Are we ready to talk now?
Whoa. All right.
I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry to those whose speakers.
That's what happens when you're in the back. Hey, you're in the Northeast. You get to the Northeast. I get it.
How much of that leaded coffee have you been drinking over there, Jeffrey?
You know what? I actually don't drink coffee.
Yeah.
I wish that I like coffee. I want to like coffee. I'm the guy who, if someone says, do you want to go get a coffee? I will, and I will sit through that coffee begrudgingly thinking to myself, why am I drinking this? But do I really like this person enough to be pouring this stuff down my gullet. And it's kind of embarrassing because I pride myself on having a pretty good refined palate. And I like coffee and cooking more
Jeff,
than I
it's
do.
the playoffs.
As a,
Nobody
as a
wants to
drink.
hear about your coffee. We got 1 minute left. We need information here quickly. Let's say Brian Wu is the game 3 starter. Let's say it goes in that direction. What would you do in games 1, 2, and 4 if you are Dan Wilson?
Here's the thing: if you roast the beans like extra dark, I would go Logan Gilbert game 1, Luis Castillo game 2, George Kirby game 4.
Okay, and then what have other teams done? We've been sort of debating a little bit. You know, they can go with 13 pitchers, 13 position players, or for a short series like this, is it beneficial for them to take a 14th hitter, maybe even Harry Ford, to give him that opportunity to pinch hit for Garver late in the game against a lefty?
Yeah, you could do that, or do you bring on like Samad Taylor as a pinch runner?
Mm-hmm.
Like they have different options. I think 14-12 is the way to go.
All right. That's kind of what I was thinking, but Lyle and I were getting into it. So, all right, good. Well, Jeff, as usual, we see things, sometimes similarly and sometimes very differently. So it's there's a lot of anger built up in you.
Mike.
Have you been yelling and fighting with Hunter Pence?
There was just no anger there at all. I guess I don't know how to calibrate my voice properly sometimes. So I will be Mr. Rogers next time I come on.
That's
if you
good.
like. I'll even dress up in a cardigan.
Wow.
I'll go.
All right.
I'll go full method for you.
Brock will be King Friday, and I'll be. What's the woman with the big nose who would help you on the way into Neverland? I forget her name, but we'll see if I can pull that off. All right. Goodbye, Jeff. Thank you. Seriously, we appreciate it on what has been just a really crazy couple of days and an awesome start to the postseason. This weekend's going to be crazy here, and we're looking forward to it. We'll talk to you on Tuesday.
Wish I were there. Hope to see you guys in the ALCS.
All right. Sounds good, buddy. There you go. There's Jeff Passan right here smack in the middle of the postseason, Brock. How about that?
I think he said Toronto a couple years ago, right, was one of the most just volatile, loud, incredible just atmospheres for playoff baseball. I don't know if any place is going to touch Seattle Saturday and Sunday.
It's going to be pretty great. Yes, thank you. Elaine Fairchild. That's who I was trying to think of. Yes, Elaine Fairchild with her big red nose. We'll be right back. We got an hour to go. Shannon Drayer is going to join us in 30. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710. Your home for the Mariners' playoff push for the pennant.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 54, Bobby Wagner, linebacker, one of the finest of his generation. He set just about every tackling record that can be set. He was the heart and soul of one of the best defenses to ever play in the National Football League.
The Seahawks go for a 4th straight win, hosting Tampa Bay Sunday before the 12s. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. What about when you want to sell your car, though? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how can you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Stacey Rost here, and that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $800,000 to their customers. You can go to the website to see pictures of giant checks for yourself. It's such a great offer, and I know exactly what you're wondering right now. How are they able to do it? It's not a consignment because you get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage, no more headaches. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. It's just that simple. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done. and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Hey man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. The spouse says, "Thank you. I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
A lot of Mr. Rogers fans out there texting in about Lady Elaine Fairchild. Thank you. I just couldn't remember her name. I always want to call her Morgan Fairchild, but she's like, an old actress. Two different people. So or one person, one puppet, I guess.
Question for you.
Yeah.
As we lead into this weekend and just kind of in the anticipation of all that's to come with playoff baseball Saturday.
Even
NFL
Thursday night
game.
football tonight. Like by the end of the day today, Brock, we'll know the timing for the Mariners. We'll know the opponent for the Mariners. We'll get the Thursday night football game tonight. Tomorrow's kind of a quiet calm before the storm. And then I know not for you, you got a huge game in your life tomorrow, but and then Saturday it's like, okay, playoff baseball here. Sunday you get both games. It's going to be insanity.
I'm trying to think, and I'm curious from your perspective as a guy that covered World Series and been around playoff games and certainly the Seahawks in the heyday and 12 and 14 and everything else. The environments where you walked in, and maybe it was just a couple weeks ago, right? I mean, you said the environment in T-Mobile
unique
was unique and different than what you had felt before. What are 2 or 3 of those venues, those situations you walked into that were just like whoa.
Just unique? So just talking baseball or any sport?
Either way.
So I
know Cecily's
said,
championship game last year in the rink was
pretty electric. And I will say that of all the games going on this weekend, probably most looking forward to Cecily's hockey game, 4:45 on Saturday afternoon. But I would say that the 2 single best environments I've ever been in for a sporting event. One was at the Bell Center in Montreal for Bruins Canadiens Game 7. And it wasn't that impact. I mean, it was not. It wasn't a finals game, but it was it was the Game 7 between 2 rivals, and it just the vibe and the passion of the Canadiens fans, who I hate, by the way. They're very similar to Yankee fans, very entitled. They believe that every rush up ice, they have a God-given right to the puck going into the net. I mean, they're just obnoxious.
Well, much like Yankees fans, at one point they were the winningest
That's exactly
team
right. And now they're just entitled and living in the past and just God, I hate them. But it was incredible, the vibe in there and the energy. For baseball, the number one environment I've ever been in for any sporting event in my life was Game 5 of the 04 ALCS. I was a fan. I was there with my mom. I had a cold. It was 38 degrees in there for like 9 hours. It was awful, and it was amazing, and it was excruciating, and it was exciting, and it was truly the most intense sport viewing environment I've ever been in, because their backs were against the wall. They had won the previous night with the Johnny Damon, coming around with the David Ortiz walk-off home run after the Dave Roberts steal, and just, I don't know, there was this just that whole thing was very intense. I did say the other night at the Mariner game, it was not that level of intensity, obviously, because it wasn't that intense a game, but it was a really incredible, unique party environment. I am curious to see what it's going to look like on Saturday and Sunday, and whether it's a day game or a night game may influence some of that vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Mariner fans have been, had the joy over the last couple of weeks of what that feels like, the level of joy. But look, watch these games. If you were watching the last couple of days, and especially the teams that haven't done it in a little while, and you just see the people look like they're wrestling themselves. That's what I'm always consumed with watching people's hands in the crowd as they're waiting to see what's going to happen, and the way they twist themselves into a pretzel. You can just see like the anxiety is just all over them, and they do at times look like they're trying to wrestle themselves. Yep. And I would imagine that there is going to be some of that. Whoever they play, probably going to be close, right? I mean, like, I think they're the better team. I'm with Jeff. I think they're the most talented team left in the American League. But I also know that playoff baseball is not always about that. And it is almost always an anxiety fest riddled with moments of sheer panic and ups and downs. And these little teeny, singular moments affect the game so drastically. Right, you're watching a game, even a blowout, like the 2 Dodgers-Reds games, and you're like, "Hey, one pitch here, and this is a 1-run game," and then the guy swings and misses, and you're like, never mind." Like, oh, that was about to be an incredibly enormous moment, potentially, if this guy comes through, and then he doesn't, and you're like, never mind. It's a 5-run game, doesn't mean anything. And those moments happen constantly in the postseason, and they're magnified, and you got eyes on all of them, and go back a couple of years ago. What if Robbie Ray doesn't groove that pitch to Yordan Alvarez? How different is that game? How different is that series? Mm-hmm. Incredibly different. Incredibly, like, who knows what happens? Maybe the Mariners go on, beat the Astros, and who knows what happens after that? Maybe they're in the World Series, and we're having a totally different conversation. The Astros said they were the best team they played. Did that one singular moment end up changing that entire postseason trajectory? Probably. Yeah, probably did. Mm-hmm. So, what happens in that one moment where Polanco's up with men on second and third and 2 outs in an inning? What happens in that one moment where the Mariners are down 2 and Cal comes up with a runner on base? What happens when they're up 3 and you got to go to Matt Brash with a runner or 2 on, and does he come up with the strikeout or not? Those singular, incredible moments are what make the postseason so great.
3 things that jump out to me here, and I'll end it with the environment, to me, that just rocked the most and maybe left the biggest mark. More is a non-player. But first and foremost, you get to postseason, Salk, and what you're talking about is you're playing teams that don't give things away. To get through this 162-game marathon, maybe some are hotter, maybe some are more talented, maybe some got some more star power, but you typically match up with teams that go through all of that journey, and they don't just bumble and stumble and fumble and give games away. Those teams are left off the road and off the journey a while back. Some in August, all of September, we saw a bunch of those organizations. They were done.
Yes.
Okay, so that's number one. Number two, someone told me one time there's nothing like the first time. And while it's been 25 years, it's happened. You won 116 games. You were the 1 seed. You did all of that. You won the West. It's been a quarter century.
Well, I mean, for someone like Lyle, that hasn't happened. And I'm not being rude about it. Like for Lyle, 2001 didn't exist. Like
that's right.
This is the first time.
Yes, and for a good chunk of Mariners fans,
absolutely.
It is their first time kind of going through this. The 2005, right along lines with that, the 2005 NFC title game with Carolina was unlike anything I'd ever heard. The San Francisco game that we were at, that was close. Green Bay game that we were at in the suite with Heather and Molly, that was pretty awesome too. But the 05 one, because the organization had never been there, had never tasted that. It was like, I am sorry, we are not losing. And Jake Delhomme and Carolina, you are going to feel a force of noise that I have never. Like I had to get out of the press box. I had to just go sit. Pregame was out, and I was like, oh my gosh. This is maddening. I can't even think right now. Go up in the sterile press box. I'm like, this sucks because I can feel the whole stadium shaking. I got to just leave and just stand out in the tunnel.
And those are amazing, but that isn't baseball. That's not postseason baseball. It might happen for a moment when you get that one big hit and the crowd erupts. But Brock, I love those environments are incredible. I was there in the press box for the Beastquake. I'm like, those moments are awesome.
Yep.
But that's not postseason baseball. Postseason baseball is anxiety. Postseason baseball is this weird energy of like anything can happen and it might be great or it might ruin my life forever. I mean, like that is part of what makes baseball different from football. I'm not trying to downgrade that experience. Right. That's amazing. And I love the football energy and all of the adrenaline that comes with playing football. But as you know, baseball so often is about trying to push away that adrenaline, get back to normal, cancel out all of the craziness going on around you, and just focus on doing this one small task, which is trying to hit a baseball, which is near impossible to do. So I love the
That's
story.
For the players, but you think that's the way the fans are going
No,
to?
for the fans, it's about just trying to peer through your eye, through your hands, whether or not you can even look at what's happening out on the field. I'm sorry, it is different. It is a different vibe, and there is nothing in the world like it. It's the only sport. Hockey comes close because of the fear at the end.
But you do hear the nailers. You do hear the opponents. You do hear them say, this place is unlike anywhere else.
I'm not saying it won't be loud. I'm not saying it won't be exciting. It'll be all of those things, but in spurts. Because throughout it and in the other moments, it's full of tension, and that's what I love about baseball. It's different from the other sports. It's not football. It's not hockey. It's not basketball. It's a totally different excitement, a totally different vibe, a completely different energy, and I love every second of it.
Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are 3-1.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
This defense looks amazing. I know that they did not continue that streak of holding opponents to 17 or fewer, but they held them to 20. And importantly, essentially the Cardinals had 1-2 solid drives the entire game, like objectively good drives. The rest of it, they were completely shut down.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. And bidding is underway now. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October
7th, and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought? Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle. What are you doing? Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my friends at PCF Construction. You know, it was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It, really it felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, I can't wait, Brock, for everything that kind of kicks off today. I mean, it's been a really fun couple of days of baseball. The idea of 3 decisive games in one day, 3 game 3s, which are kind of the equivalent of game 7s, winner take all in one day from, noon today all the way through probably around 8 o'clock when the final one ends, which is Red Sox Yankees. That's kind of what you watch for, right? Isn't this why you're a sports fan? And, a couple of them have direct impact on the Mariners. Obviously, Cleveland and Detroit, they have battled back and forth. You'll see Jack Flaherty and Slade Ciccone. It was an interesting answer from Passan on, hey, look, if regardless of who wins, who are they going to start in game 1 against Seattle? And those names are not exactly inspiring if you're a Tigers or Guardians fan.
No, it's not. But both of them play pretty good defense, too. And both of them played really tight games. I know the final score yesterday doesn't look that way. It was not indicative of what the first 7 innings were. So they are going to be highly contested affairs. And you're right, with 3 elimination games today, 3 fan bases going to go home after a long, long season. Quite upset.
Yeah, they sure are. Cleveland did quite a bit yesterday just to kind of stay in it. Brian Rocchio with a huge home run. Bo Naylor with a home run. So, we've discussed that one quite a bit. Red Sox Yankees, frustrating game for Red Sox fans, I would think. A dropped ball in left field by a really good outfielder, a missed bunt by the 9-hitter who popped it up, a great play by Jazz Chisholm, and just, unable to get, overcome all of those little things. And ultimately, Yankees win game 2, so they'll play game 3 tonight. And Padres got a big home run from Manny Machado and a tremendous game from their bullpen. The Dodgers just bashed their way to another win. Just so much offense, man. Big error.
Dodgers, Phillies, that Hayes in the barn, and everything else, and the rest of the whole tournament bracket will be set up tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, second scrimmage for the Mariners later today, 5 p.m. They did play yesterday. Home runs from Cal Raleigh and Eugenio Suarez off of some of their teammates. All relievers who threw yesterday. Hancock, Spire, Munoz, Taylor, Bizardo, Vargas, Brash, Colin Snyder. So, just trying to keep the relievers loose. None of the starters pitched yesterday, and I don't think any are going to pitch today.
So Woo's going to try to go today, huh? According to Passan.
But I think it's just I'm thinking that's a bullpen. Yeah.
Yes.
Don't you assume Woo was just going to pitch game 3? I've just been kind of under that assumption.
I try not to assume anything, Saul.
Maybe that's true. Yeah, maybe I've gone out and assumed unnecessarily.
Did you see the email from the Mariners that came out just a little while ago?
Yes, I did. You want to go through some of that?
You want to go through 6 new menu items?
Just for the postseason?
Just for the postseason?
I think I'm willing to do that, yeah.
I mean, we got a little claws and caviar. For those of you of the bluff variety, Pacific snow crab claws, trimmed and ready to eat piled high in a souvenir Mariners helmet, served with a Lux Caviar Creme fresh dip. Oh, my gosh.
We got
lemon, chives.
You got the Pacific Northwest pretzel.
That's not bad. We got the Sasquatch Sundae, of course.
Yeah, let's talk more about that because I feel like that's where my kids would be at. Vanilla soft serve loaded with mountain berry compote, crunchy seedy granola, and crisp fried sage leaves.
Yep.
I'm into
that. It's a mythical mix of sweet, tart, and herbal flavors.
I'd
the
be into
Pacific
that.
Pitmaster potato.
Yeah.
Of course, a hearty smoked salt rub, baked potato top, Tillamook's white cheddar smoky.
You know what I
apple
made
bar-
for myself last night?
You know what? I'm hungry.
I made a baked potato last night with my steak. It was great.
I bet you didn't make it that way.
No, I didn't do all that. Actually, I did have some Tillamook white cheddar, oddly.
Oh, you did?
I didn't have the brisket burn ends, though. I had to put it with a little tri-tip that I had made. Anyway, some really cool menu items to get ready for the postseason on Saturday.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Oh, yeah, you're also going to have, the Seahawks. How about that? Seahawks will be playing on Sunday.
Who are they going to be playing?
They're going to be playing whatever Bucks are left.
Might seriously, legitimately be guys not only on their ready squad, but may have to be signed to their ready squad to get to their active roster. I've never seen 4 weeks into a season. I have never seen 4 weeks into a season an injury report like the Buccaneers. It's anyone and everyone. It's
There's
their starting
50
corners. It's their starting lineman. It is their starting linebacker. It's their quarterback who didn't practice yesterday. It's their running back. It is absurd. Absurd. Now, it doesn't matter because this is the NFL, and whoever does play, and Wednesday's report is not Friday's report, and they'll travel across the country with all those banged up guys and be ready. And they still got Vita Vea right in the middle of it. They're still a team with Baker Mayfield that, you talk about having a safe lead. There's no safe lead. He's come back in 3 of their 4 games and nearly didn't Philly last weekend with a huge deficit. So, yeah, but on the health injury report, you are a lot better shape than they are.
For sure. Meanwhile, Kraken had their second to last preseason game last night. Couple of goals for Ryan Winterton, Brock, a guy who's battling to be on this roster with a few of the injuries. Devastating day in the Salk household yesterday. Riker Evans, Avery's favorite. Riker Evans going to miss 6 to 8 weeks with an upper body injury. It was suggested to me that perhaps it was a broken heart after he heard that Avery was also interested in Connor Bedard. So I don't know. We'll see where it all goes. Yeah, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Poor Riker and poor Avery, probably really more than anything else. All right, fantasy forecast coming up in 20. Moore's got that for you to get ready for the weekend. And coming up next, our friend, our confidant, our exquisite Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer. She was there at the ballpark yesterday. She's got information for us, Brock, and we got to talk to her next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are 3-1.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
This defense looks amazing. I know that they did not continue that streak of holding opponents to 17 or fewer, but they held them to 20. And importantly, essentially the Cardinals had 1-2 solid drives the entire game, like objectively good drives. The rest of it, they were completely shut down.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Yeah, as we start thinking here about playoff time, it's easy to look back, right, at where we were at 6-7 months ago, kind of getting ready for a season. And when you start thinking about time frames like that, I do tend to think about how I was able to lose weight so quickly with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, because we're only a couple of months away from the holidays. Would you want to be down 25, 35 pounds by the time we get to, I don't know, Thanksgiving? Couple months is all it takes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I did it. I lost 25 pounds in a month, 35 pounds overall, without pills, injections, no counting calories, no prepackaged meals, all real food that you buy at the grocery store. And yeah, some real good coaching, encouragement, and of course, accountability. That's so huge. A couple of months of that doesn't sound too bad, right? Especially when losing 30 or more pounds is on the other side. All it takes to get started is a free 15-minute consultation. Make that phone call set up today by going to EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. That's EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net
It's the final month to save 30% off an air conditioner or heat pump while supplies last at Day and Night.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Save 30% off an air conditioner or heat pump, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Call for details.
DayandNight.net. The home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Saturday, October 4th through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Tired of unwanted clutter taking over your space? Well, say goodbye to it all with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal service. Tune into Cairo Radio 97.3 FM or Seattle Red for Home Matters featuring Happy Hauler this Saturday at 2 p.m. Discover how Happy Hauler can help you declutter and reclaim your home, all while donating as much as possible to those in need. So make yourself, your family, and your community happy. Go to happyhauler.com. Hauling with a heart.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Should probably press
Salky, I'm working some back channels here. It looks like Adam Amin confirmed for 8:30
Okay, good.
morning.
Nice to hear.
I just only had one demand, no West Wing crap on a playoff weekend. Okay, we're not doing that. That's an off-season conversation. We're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing it. I lay down the hammer.
Wow.
Okay? Just like we're not talking about Passan's coffee habits. We don't need you and Amin geeking out about
I don't know if I can
Wing.
agree to this, to be honest with you, Brock. That may be impossible. I don't know whether I can agree to that.
Working Trent Green for 7:30. Working
Okay.
Trent Green for
Sounds
7:30.
fun. And then, of course, open phone lines tomorrow as well. Wanted to make sure we had a few minutes, though, with Shannon Drayer today. She was over yesterday at the scrimmage. Another one today. Good morning, Shannon. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
How cool is this, man? How cool is this?
It's really fantastic, and I think the idea that you have this build-up this week is making it that much more kind of real. It's not that you've got a full head of steam and you're just plowing right into it. We've got time to think about things. We've got time to get excited about things. We have time to get nervous about things. So really, it's been a strange week for me in that there's been no baseball, but there's been baseball and tons of baseball, more baseball, than at any part of the season as far as watching what's going on elsewhere, taking a look at these teams, trying to prepare everything. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun to feel the buzz in the city, the anticipation, the nerves, everything else. So it's pretty amazing, and pretty amazing how quickly it flips and everybody is like, okay, I get this. This is fun. This is why you do this,
Shanny, Rumors, great album by Fleetwood Mac, great album. But when it comes to rumors, I try to go right to the source. And there's a lot of rumors out there that after your last interview with us, where you said you didn't shower, after the celebration, that
You're really going there. You're really going there, Brock.
I've heard rumors that some executives have said and offered their office suite to you, saying, listen, Sounders are going to be playing, Seahawks are going to be playing, it's going to be busy. We know you don't need to shower, so why don't you just, hang out all weekend, bring a sleeping bag, pillow, just hang out in the offices all weekend so you don't have to worry about the ingress and egress.
You stumped Shannon.
It's called the silent treatment.
Wow, I've never heard Shannon stumped like that. You've gotten Shannon to say nothing. Nice job, Brock.
Can I pull a Richard Sherman here and just put him in the corner for the rest of this?
Absolutely, yeah.
Only talk to Salk.
You can uninvite him from this interview if you want.
I'm sorry, it's not the way it works. It's a Brock and Salk show.
I will say, though.
Okay, my name's on the show, Shannon.
I will say, Shannon, in
Doesn't that
defense
mean
of Brock.
You can choose one or the other?
Yeah, exactly. It's not the Brock or Salk show. In defense of Brock, I mean, Justin Hollinger did call up the show uninvited and kind of attack you.
Yes, he apologized to me the minute I got to the stadium that day. And I had no idea what he was talking about. And I will say this. I was in the corner. I was fine. I did not get hit the way everybody else.
Okay.
Everybody, they were absolutely soaked through with champagne. There was a little bit of an annoyance of a smoke smell. And after 2 days in a row, to heck with it, I'm going to sleep. It was exhausting and just enough already.
Okay, enough.
Let's get to yesterday, Shannon. Just takeaways in general from the experience of the scrimmage.
I don't think it was funny because Dan Wilson was thrilled about it. He was almost giddy about it after when we talked to him in the media room, and that was part of it too. They've set up everything like it will be in the postseason. Instead of us being in that back room where we always talk to Dan, we were in the main interview room, and he came in and he was all smiles. And so I think that as much as anything, it was probably about what was going on in that dugout and keeping people together and in the routine, and maybe even less about what was happening out on the field. It so takes a team out of their routine, and baseball is just, it's Groundhog Day every single day. And to have 1 day off, great. To have two, okay. You get concerned with a 3-day All-Star break. They're always back the next day, let alone 6 days. I think he likes what he is seeing from the group in terms of where they are as a team, in the clubhouse, in the dugout, in their routines. So I think that was probably the big part of it. Guys got some swings in. They saw some pitching. I don't think there was a lot to take from any at-bat that we saw. There was of course, Gino hits 50. Of course, Cal hits what would have been 61, right away, which to me is a little revealing that perhaps both were pressing quite a bit at the end. And I think that that's important going forward. So it was a lot of fun. The highlight was Victor Robles jumping in the salmon race. There was no question about it. And then Ichiro in the outfield, probably Ichiro in the outfield, and then Victor in the salmon race, which I think kind of tells you where you're at that point. But I think the important thing is I think that they are seeing what they want to see from these guys in their preparation. I think there was a lot of excitement about what they saw in the closed practice the day before. And, I talked to lots of guys about what they did. They got one off day, and it was Monday, one completely off day. They were there and had a workout that was closed to the media the next day. And to a man, everybody just rested up on Monday. There was, it was focus forward. They want to get to Saturday. So I think it was a lot of fun. I think it was great for the fans. I think it was necessary because you have to have the workout. But I think the biggest thing was keeping them together, keeping them in routine. And I think that they accomplished what they wanted with that.
Shannon, last hour, Passan kind of hinted at Wu having a bullpen today, and it would be a bullpen that they would judge, where he is at. Do you think there's any way, if it goes well today, he gets the ball Saturday afternoon or Saturday night?
No, because this is actually the first time we are told he's getting on the mound. So it was the way it was phrased to us when we were in the interview room was he will get off the mound on Thursday. And I doubled back and asked, does that mean facing hitters? No, it will be in the bullpen. And we further found out that it's the first time. He may have had just a little bit get up and just get the feel for it a little bit, but actually throwing from the mound, he hasn't done that. And to me, that seems that would be a stretch. He hasn't been out that long, but I don't see a disadvantage of throwing him later in the series. And I do think that game one is going to be so important that you don't want question marks going into that. There's always going to be a little bit of a question coming off any sort of injury or tweak or any time off is, what is this going to feel like on batter one or batter two? It might take a batter. It might take an inning. You don't have that luxury in the postseason. So to push him at this point, he would have to be very, very sure of where he was at coming off whatever he is doing off of the mound today. And I don't expect him to get up on the mound and throw a 100% bullpen first thing. So I don't think we see him until later in the
All
series.
right. So let's do some kind of rapid fire on that. Let's assume he starts game 3. Who starts games 1, 2, and 4?
Yeah, there's a lot you can do with that, and a lot that some positives there. If you look at where they were at the end of the season, your most consistent starter was Luis Castillo. Your best strikeout pitcher, and that's so important in the postseason, is easily Logan Gilbert. George Kirby was on absolute fire, looking like the George Kirby that you want him to look like. So I would say they are in good position there. Now, Luis Castillo and his splits were much better in September, but he is decidedly better at home. To me, I'm looking at him 2. I wouldn't be upset I wouldn't be upset if Luis Castillo started game 1. I think he is the pitcher with the history that they have, a ton of trust in. But Logan Gilbert, there's a lot of, he's done it. He's done it all. And so I think Logan probably 1, Castillo 2, and then that would set you up if, God forbid, there is a game 5 that you could actually use both in that at home. So I think that's easy. And then, George Kirby, number 3, would be pretty phenomenal in what he is doing of late. That gives you Woo 4 and then all hands on deck 5.
Wow. So, all right, so that's the pitching side of it. And then on the other side, we were talking to Passan earlier. He seemed to agree with me that they would potentially go with 14 position players, 12 pitchers, just because you can move your 5th starter to the pen. So what does that look like? Are you trying to take Harry Ford in case, you want to pinch hit late in the game and need a third catcher? Do you want someone like a Samad Taylor to come in and steal a base? Is it a Miles Masterboni because of his ability to play multiple positions? What does that look like for you? Is Cole Young on that playoff roster, or are you saying, hey, that was a good run, but we're going to leave it alone now?
I think it's going to be some really tough decisions there, but I think there are going to be some realities that you're going to have to look at. And Cole Young in particular, how much have you played him down the stretch? How much would you play him in the postseason? I think they are going to want to have that third catcher. I think for us, it's easy to roll the dice, and if something happens, you can get somebody up the next day. But in the postseason, when every game matters, that could actually be devastating. So, and I think you are going to see Mitch Garber in the DH role against lefties. I think the team's come into play a little bit with that, where Cleveland could go more left-handed, but the left-hander that Detroit has is the one that's going to obviously be the toughest. So I think that you have to look long and hard at it and how much you would actually use these people and these players. And I do think Rivas and Masterboni might be a little redundant because you do have Luke Raley still. You're covered in outfielders. I would love to find a way to get a little more defense in this group on the infield. I don't know if there's any way you could get Williamson in there, and if you did, would you actually play him? And if you wouldn't take Gino out for, at the end of game 5 for defensive reasons right there, then that obviously is not going to work. But I would entertain that idea, and you love the idea of a speed guy. So I think it's going to come down to possibly, guys that you have seen. I think, yes, they will go with Ford because they want that third catcher. I think they think that's very important. And then it's going to come down to who are you actually going to play in the scenarios and what could actually happen at that point. And you're going to be talking about, that other person you might never see, but it's the scenario that they think is most critical at that point.
So when do they have to make these decisions? When's the deadline?
Saturday morning.
Shannon, what's Colt Emerson doing up here? Should I read anything into that? I know I shouldn't really read anything into it. It's a cool little deal for him. Maybe it's just be around the team, and yeah, it's a nice reward. He's their top prospect. There's a chance he makes the team next year, even out of camp. What's he doing up here? Should I be curious about that at least a little bit?
I think it is largely it's a reward, but also if he is on that taxi squad and, something catastrophic happens, it's something that you could give a look. It could be, there are some, I think Cleveland put one of their top prospects on there.
He had his major league debut yesterday. It was unbelievable.
So I think it is probably the possibility of a Hail Mary if it is needed, and the reward and everything and the experience. And if you, heard him yesterday or saw his quotes, he gets that. He's taking it all in. He is, this has been fantastic for him, but he also says, I'm here if they need me, and I hope they don't. Because he knows what that would mean.
Right.
And I think it's really, let's talk about his ascension through the minors this year. He played in 70 games last year. He's at 130 right now and doesn't look like he has been stretched at all. And his last two promotions, the promotion to Tacoma was a complete and total surprise. He thought, yeah, great, did well at Arkansas, we're done, going home. Oh, no. The Rainiers are in a playoff push and they want me to come help with that? Sure, cool, home run, first game. Just fun there. Thinks he's done there. And there's a taxi squad spot for him as well. Pretty remarkable what he has done throughout the year. And obviously that just puts him that much closer to breaking in with the big leagues, maybe sooner than expected.
Shannon, you've been around this couple decades, some incredible environments through the years, back to your days at the University of Washington and a stadium that rocks, and the old Quest Field now, Lumen Field and T-Mobile and Safeco. You've been around a bunch of them. Are you prepared for what this weekend is going to feel like with those two teams both in town, throw the Sounders in as well, and just the stakes and the magnitude of playoff baseball, of what this environment will feel like?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think we did get a taste of it down the stretch when they were fighting to lock up those playoff spots, and you felt it outside the building, not with multiple teams going at once, to be honest. Wish that wasn't happening. That's going to be more of a hassle, but you know what? I root for sports. I think sports do good. I think that they are so great for a community to see the excitement for all of these sports, to be able to feel it in the air. It is a special, special thing. And so if that means I have to leave 2 hours early, I will leave 2 hours early. If that means you're a fan and you have the tickets, you should do the same. You're going to get there and you're going to be on your feet and you're going to yell, be prepared, get your sleep, take your vitamins. It's a very, very special time of year. And obviously, fans of the Seattle Mariners have been waiting for this for a long, long time. And, they did show up that final week, and they were louder, and it was different. It's mentioned a few times. There are sellouts throughout the year, but they didn't sound or feel anything like what we felt that final week. Now it's going to get turned up a little bit more, and can't wait.
Shannon, there are some that come home from...
Hold on, real quick. Is Dom Canzone okay? Is Dom Canzone okay?
Yes.
All right. Just the way you report your tweet yesterday, I think had some people nervous. Like, he's okay, right? He got hit by a pitch?
Yeah, it was. He just turned around, walked straight into the clubhouse from there.
Jeez.
But nobody really chased after him, so I think it was more, okay, we're done here. We're not going to have this happen. And we did see him in the clubhouse.
Okay,
he was fine in the clubhouse. Right. Yes.
Shannon, it's been said that there are some that come home from Vegas and the clothes are so smoky they just throw them in the trash can. They don't even try to put them in the wash and get the smoke out. Everything good? Everything good with those smoky clothes from the celebration? We all right?
Okay, first of all, everything did go into the garage. all the The outer layer was in the everything was in the garage. Okay.
Yes.
And if any of you have ever been to a party or a good night out and just, not tonight. If you have not done that, well, good for you. Okay?
Then you're not partying like Shannon has been. Shannon, thank you. Are you excited for the crab and caviar dish that's coming to T-Mobile for the postseason?
No.
No. All right. Shannon's a no on claws and caviar, but maybe a yes on a Sasquatch Sunday. We'll have to see. Thank you, Shannon. Enjoy. Have a great weekend if we don't see you over there, and talk soon.
Yeah, keep Brock out. Thank
you. There you go. Goodbye. There's Shannon Drayer, our Mariner insider. What? No, Brock.
You know what I love, Salk? I love sassy Shannon.
Oh, well, you brought it out in her, that's for sure.
Jeez. You brought out a little angry Passan, right? You can get his voice up in a hurry.
Oh, where that came from. That was bizarre.
But I'll get a little sassy Shannon, and I kind of dig it. It's playoff Shannon.
She was done with you, man. She did not want any part of that. All right. Well, we're just about done for us today as well, but we want to make sure we get a few minutes for more to help all of you out there with your fantasy decisions that you've got to make before tonight's Thursday night game. So let's wrap up with the fantasy forecast.
Fantasy football forecast with Maura Dooley.
There it is. Yeah.
Thanks, Brent.
It's a little fantasy forecast.
Ridiculous every time.
Yeah, it doesn't get any less ridiculous.
No.
Do you think people just turn off the station when they hear that? It does worry me a little bit that we're causing people to turn off the station.
Sound like 12-year-old Lyle doing a promo. What you got, Maura? What you got cooking?
Sorry, I'm trying to fix my headphones here. Okay, well, that's not going to work. So we will go right into this. I have some questions today that I tried to pick some that involve the Seahawks a little bit.
Okay.
This one says, they want me to rank Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, and Jackson Dart. So, I mean, I'm going to go Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, Jackson Dart for this week. Daniel Jones is third in passing yards so far this season. He's behind only Dak Prescott and Matt Stafford. He's facing a Raiders defense that's giving up an average of almost 250 passing yards per game.
This feels like must win for old Pete. Come on, Pete. You can't go 1-4.
I don't know. The Colts look fairly good. Darnold's been pretty consistently hovering around like 15 fantasy points per week since week 2. I think he'll be able to find JSN downfield a bit in this game because the Bucs defense has given up 11 plays of 20 yards or more through the air.
When they don't have any cornerbacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They did hold Jalen Hurts 0 for 8 passing in the second half last week, but they're pretty banged up. And they had a lot of, like you said, early exits that some guys we might not be seeing on the field this week. So I like the chances of Darnold airing it out a bit.
Okay.
And then Jackson Dart, it's a favorable matchup. The Saints are giving up the 5th most fantasy points to quarterbacks at almost 21 fantasy points per game. But
no neighbors?
I think you could start him if you're dealing with injuries. Yeah, he has no neighbors. We've only seen him for 1 week now. I'm not putting him over Darnold or Daniel Jones.
No. Do you see who's starting at tackle for the Raiders?
No.
Everybody from last year. Still holds the highest pressure rate, I believe, still, after starting just 5 games at tackle.
Stone Forsythe is starting?
I'm pretty sure.
I was hoping it was going to be Bad Wet Towel.
Bradley Sowell. Put some respect on that man's name.
Do I have to?
No.
Okay.
All right. 509 says WWMD. Neighbors has me spiraling and ruined my undefeated fantasy football team.
Ooh.
So for defense, they want to know Seahawks or Eagles. I mean, both defenses are good, and they're facing teams that are in the same range offensively. The Eagles have the Broncos, who are 9th in total offense, and the Seahawks have the Bucs, who are 14th. But the Seahawks have had 2 interceptions and 2 or more sacks in 3 of their 4 games so far, and their special teams touchdowns don't hurt either. They are the number 1 defense in fantasy scoring so far, 12.3 fantasy points per game. The Eagles are 4th, so I would definitely stick with the Seahawks. If you have both of those, though, those are pretty good options. Can you guys guess who's second?
No. Second in what?
The second best fantasy football defense, which means you're getting a lot of sacks or turnovers or.
And the Seahawks were first?
Yep. I bet you won't guess who's second.
The Rams.
No.
Well, the Texans are the best scoring defense in the league.
This year?
Yeah, Houston Texans defense, as far as like not fantasy scoring, but just scoring defense overall. Are the Texans number 2?
The Cardinals. I give up. I don't know.
It's the Jaguars.
Ooh,
They have 9 interceptions.
Yeah, they're playing good ball.
And they
Salk
have
diminished them the other day. They're not a bad.
I guess I just saw
5
that
forced
thing
fumbles.
where Cohen was fighting with Trevor, what's his name? Trevor
Robert
Lawrence.
Saleh.
No, at first I saw him fighting with Trevor Lawrence. Forget about Robert Saleh. First I saw him fighting with his own quarterback. I was like,
pulled
well,
out
that
the
can't
old Mike
work.
Salk. Get my name out your mouth.
Yeah, I know.
Would you fight with Trevor Lawrence if you had to coach him too?
Yeah, but maybe I'd fight with Cohen if I had to play for him. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that guy. There's a lot of feist.
He wants you to keep his name out your mouth.
Whatever. I wouldn't mess with Robert Saleh. I've said that before.
All right, this same person also asked Mahomes or Herbert. Mahomes has to go against said Jaguars defense that has 9 interceptions this season. While Herbert, I know he had a rough week last week. He gets the Commanders, who only have 1 interception so far this season, and they allowed Geno Smith to have his one really good game this year where he had 3 touchdowns and 289 yards with no picks. So I'm rolling with Herbert.
And that's in L.A. Yeah.
I'm not feeling good about my Commander Super Bowl pick at the moment, Brock.
Well, I think
Daniels is
Jaden's
coming
back
back.
this week. Yeah.
I
He'll
know,
be
but I'm
braced
still not
up.
feeling great about it. I feel like I maybe threw some money away.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Maura. Great job this week. Anything you got to make sure you get out there before we move along here?
No, sorry, we didn't have
All
more
right.
time this week. Well, let's see. I had someone who said they will not start Emeka Egbuka because they don't play people who are playing the Seahawks. So they asked Troy Franklin, R.J. Harvey, or Charbonnet. I'm rolling with Charbonnet.
Charbonnet it is.
Do we have a new nickname, by the way? WWMD?
What would Maura do?
Uh-huh.
They putting you in the same category as Jesus?
I hope not.
Feels like you're kind of being compared, Maura. Is that
Is this,
sacrilege?
is this maybe a new segment? What would Maura do?
I can't wait to get one of those Maura fish and put it on the back of my car.
Guys, we talked about this earlier. I went to Catholic school. This is all very blasphemous, and I'm going to get struck down
All right,
immediately.
and on Yom Kippur of all days. All right, we got to get out of here. We will be back tomorrow, I promise. Going to be a crazy Friday, that's for sure. We got Adam Amin, maybe even Trent Green is doing the Seahawks
working.
game. So a
We're
lot of
working.
stuff going on. Your phone calls, it'll be busy. We're gearing up. We'll know the opponents. We'll know the timing. We'll know it all. That's right. I'm a know-it-all. And we'll do it tomorrow starting at 6 a.m., Brock. Until then, the hay.
Barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
The Guardians take Game 2 of the Best of 3 Wild Card Series over the Tigers.
And Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. 3-run homer.
Today, it's a do-or-die Game 3 between the Tigers and Guardians. Awaiting the winner,
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series, Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th,
New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. And bidding is underway now. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Hey, it's Tim Hunter, former Seattle radio goofball here with 2 words that aren't funny. Prostate cancer. Get your annual checkup. Keep an eye on that PSA number. And if you hear those 2 words like I did, talk to the folks at Swedish Cyberknife. 5 treatments, minimally invasive and technologically advanced over the other options. If you were a friend, and I consider you one, I'd highly recommend Swedish Cyberknife. We are so lucky to have them right here in town. Do your research, but definitely visit swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
Dave Wyman here, and we've been fortunate to hear from 2 Swedish Cyberknife patients this year, Andy Ryder and Tim Hunter. Both heard about Cyberknife from our radio ads and completed successful treatment, raving about their experiences. Tim was impressed that treatment only took 5 days. Andy hosted a large international delegation the week after his treatment. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife here in Seattle. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Sports Snapshot.
We'll all know who the Mariners will face in the ALDS later this afternoon, probably between 2 and 3 p.m. Guardians-Tigers starts at noon. Winner advances to Seattle. The Dodgers were the only team yesterday to advance out of the wild card series, sweeping the Reds. Red Sox-Yankees, Guardians-Tigers, and Cubs-Padres will all play a Game 3 today. Just the second time in MLB history that 3 winner-take-all playoff games happened in one day. Tonight for Thursday Night Football, Mac Jones starting for an injured Brock Purdy as the 49ers take on the Rams.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Michael Bumpus is back. And Hawks Live is back, by the way. Bump and Ray Roberts tonight, 7 p.m., going to be at Bellevue Square Center Court for a live broadcast and preview of this week's game against the Buccaneers, plus a visit from tight end Elijah Arroyo. Tonight, 7 p.m., free event, Bellevue Square Center Court. There will also be a chance to win tickets to this Sunday's game. You can learn more at seattlesports.com/events. We will be talking about the Seahawks, in addition to previewing this Week 5 game, beginning with the huddle at noon when Dave Wyman is set to join us. We're also going to, speaking of tight ends, take a chance to catch up with A.J. Buhner to open the show. Before we get to any of that, though, Bump, we got to talk about what we learned about the Mariners yesterday. A massive ALDS coming up beginning on Saturday. We're going to find out what time the Mariners will play Saturday, depending on who advances from Red Sox Yankees. So all of this still TBD, though we did find out that on Sunday it's going to be a 5:03 p.m. first pitch. So let's talk about the decisions that are going to be made about the starting rotation. Let's go to cut one. Here's the latest from Dan Wilson.
You know, we're still, because we have the week here, we're still kicking everything around, and we'll probably announce that closer to Friday, what we've decided. So, you know, it's a good problem to have, and you know, to be able to take this time and do it and think it through is smart.
I don't know how many people, Bump, are anticipating that Brian Wu is going to be ready to go in that game one. So assuming he's not for 1 or 2, who do you feel most comfortable with?
I'm going with Walter. I think Walter should be the guy, man. He is, over the past, 3 years, he's been our guy. And I think that despite what Wu has done this year and despite what Castillo has looked like towards the end of the season, you're going with the guy. There's like an intimidation factor that I think he brings to the table, not just with his physical, but like his appearance and his demeanor. And I think it's important that you set the tone early, man. If there's anybody that I trust right now, despite how they've been playing, to hop on the mound game one and just be that X factor, I gotta go with our guy Logan. Who do you like?
I think the same. Curtis and I were talking about it a bit yesterday when the Guardians-Tigers game had just begun, and we had kind of just assumed that the Tigers would advance. So we had this whole conversation, and Curtis, you noted this, that like Logan just matches up better in a game that you would be hypothetically facing Tarek Skubal. Logan throws a lot of strikes. Tariq Skubal. Logan throws a lot of strikes, and yes, he's had some bad starts, and he hasn't been quite as electric this year as he was last year, nor, importantly, gone as deep into games this year as he did last, but that he does throw a lot of strikes, and that's hugely important in the postseason.
There's some guys that you feel like just rise to the occasion, and that's what he gives me. Sometimes you got to ignore the numbers and what you've seen as of late and go with just a feel. So, no, I'm interested. I want to see how Dan handles this. And big ups to Dan. I don't know if you guys have shown him some love since I've been out, but I just want to give him some love, man. First full year as a manager, help these guys get to the off, so good for him.
Let's go to a Woo update, and then I want to get to some of what Dan Wilson and the guys have learned watching these wild card games so far. So let's go to cut 3 here. Here's the latest from Dan Wilson on Brian Wu.
I mean, at this point,